Okay.
Are we live?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the General Fund Budget Work Session for the Mayor and Council. Monday, April 2nd at 5 o'clock p.m. This is our General Fund Budget Work Session. So with that being said, in the General Fund, the revenues is predominantly property taxes and any other funds that we receive from the state or local entities. With that being said, the first item on the agenda is an opening statement by Mayor Zach Tindall, myself. When we met originally with staff each year, as we do, the department heads are all present with their budget requests. Two council members were present as well, Councilmember Jay Nur and Councilmember Jack Morris, who couldn't be with us this evening. With that being said, when we sit down and look at the budget, that's a very rough cut of where things stand. Initially, Natalie, we had a what, $230,000 deficit that we were able to work through. Keep in mind, the deficit is really just a placeholder at that point, given that we're getting all the requests from every department in together in one document. So with that, both council members and the department heads, as well as our finance director and town administrator, worked through that budget to see where we could make things align with our revenues and expenditures. When we ended that meeting, I think we were right around, as Jack's math put us, I don't know how accurate that was, Natalie, but right around $36,000 deficit.
Well, don't quote it in that because things have changed. We have to add a couple of items. So the final number for tonight's report is a little bit different.
Okay, what is the final number for this evening?
As of right now, with the draft, as of today, we have a deficit of $161,000. Reconciling items that I will discuss in a minute what they're coming from.
So with that being said, everybody that's watching at home and following along, the important takeaway is that the budget's still in the draft state and that we're working hard to be able to make those numbers fit nicely with our revenue projections. With that being said, in our future mayor and council meetings, you will see the upcoming property tax rate for introduction as well as adoption. With that, we're advertising, or the group agreed upon putting in a 1 cent increase as the worst case scenario for the taxpayers of Berlin. So one penny on the tax rate is roughly $55,000 in revenue. So that is a placeholder at this time, and from there, we're going to really work together as a group to see where we can come in on making these numbers match within our revenues and expenditures. So with that,
I'm sorry, when you say the group, you mean your
here, this body as well as the department heads. And with that, I'll turn it over to Natalie, our finance director, for an overview of our revenues.
Good evening, everybody. Just like I mentioned a second ago, the draft as of today and the draft that we discussed slightly changed. I have gone through revenue projection one more time. I also have reviewed kind of things that have been coming through the state, not much information because they're still working on their budget as well as the county. But I have adjusted a couple of revenue items, but I'll just go through our main source of revenues for the general fund. And as we are aware of real property. Now, real property tax projections here does not represent a discussed a penny increase. So real property is projected as of current rate up here on the budget on this particular draft. From the base assessment comparatively to the prior year, if we go with the rate that we have in place, we'll receive additionally approximately $300,000. You see it as an increase of $299,636 on the budget. We're on page 1. Corporate tax, looking at the projection from the past and the amounts we received as of right now, as of today. So the amounts on the column that you see year-to-date activity is what been collected as of right now. I am
So tell
asked,
me,
yes.
what's being projected now for real property is 7% above last prior year.
Correct.
So that is related to the assessment value.
Correct. We're in the last year of assessment, so each year the assessments incrementally increase. So projections for next year with the increase of assessed base only, not tax rate, will generate 7% additional in revenues.
And the difference, just so I'm clear, and the difference from last year and what's being assessed this year is $300,000.
Correct.
Okay.
The corporation tax, I am projected to be pretty much in the same line item as fiscal year '24. There is no change in there. Public utility taxes, they don't pretty much change. We have a variance of about 1,000 to 2,000 year to year. I'm projected to have a slight increase on room tax, just thinking of the future business around the town and potentially a new opening of the hotel or motel around our area. So a slight increase of $30,000 for the room tax. Admission tax, a slight increase of $15,000, $35,000 comparatively with the current year of '20. Admission tax is anything that business owners report in for any kind of special events at their establishment, for selling the tickets, for conducting entertainment business. State income tax, those are amounts collected by the state, and we do receive a portion of it back to us as a municipality for the state income tax paid. The projections are slightly increased by 100, just looking at what the amounts been received in the past. Penalty and interest, that's solely based on the real estate tax collections. We do not collect real estate tax in town. We do receive that from the county, but they do provide us with a report which will state how much we have in delinquency each month, and those been billed separately. It's basically part of the real estate tax per se, but it's above what people have been paying late on their invoices. Anything related to planning and zoning, building permit, planning permits, sign, miscellaneous permits, we're budgeted pretty much the same amounts. I don't have a solid budget for that. I still need to meet with Dave. He's unable to attend the meeting due to the health issues. So once we review those numbers, might be changing. But from what I see in the past, they're pretty much close to what I have right now in the budget. Franchise fee, this amount does not change. It pretty much stays at $104,000 year to year. Business license, there is a slight increase for new locations, as well as some additional rental licenses been added. And also, we do receive small amounts as a portion from state license from the state of Maryland. So an increase of $6,000. Moving down to the page 1, to highway user revenues. Those projections for fiscal '24 have been provided to us by the highway user revenue state projections. We received a letter. As the latest letter we received, they stated that they estimate $344,000 to be received in fiscal '25. Normally, I would be more conservative, but as been requested, I'm placing pretty much the full amount for fiscal '25 budget to be allocated to street projects of $340,000.
You said you kept that at 90% of
In the
letter,
past,
or-
well, the letter stated 344, so I'm
So
just
it's-
rounding to 340, a little bit down, but normally I would be a little bit more conservative. We have we have applied and plan to receive a grant from MDOT, but that's not happening, so that line item received a decrease, not because we're just simply not going to receive the grant. State police aid, I will confirm that number at the later dates. For right now, at $40,000, just be an estimated amount. That's an annual state aid that received by the police department. Main Street tourism, $30,000. It's a combination of all the revenues generated from either events, sponsorships, fundraising, anything that related to economic development. Looking at the amounts we received from prior months and looking at the trend from past couple of years, I'm projecting the slot revenues to be at 450,000. And I will discuss how this amount is allocated on the budget once we go a little bit further out. Facade grant is revenue being provided to reimburse the business owners for the Main Street improvements.
Did we expend that entire grant last year?
Have we expended the entire 50,000?
It's been accounted for, but it hasn't all been spent yet. There's still there's an outstanding grant for the Worcester County Arts Council. They're still working on it, and that'll be an additional I think it's a little more than $13,000 that the Worcester County Arts Council will get, and then we have to reapply again this year for next year.
If you don't spend or if you don't receive applications for the entire amount, does it roll over?
Oh yeah, it stays there until it's used, yeah.
Okay.
But we received $50,000 last year and it went like that.
Historically, we've had some years where it lulls a little bit, but
Correct, and then we changed the format of the way the grant is distributed. Instead of a variety of small grants, they're chunked into larger portions this time.
So the grant has a zero impact on the budget itself. You will see a line item under economic development to offset the expenditure. So that just the line item budgeted when we receive the revenues to reimburse the business owners.
We're just a pass-through.
It's a pass-through, yes. County grant, the same amount, 465,000. Being present in the meeting, we have requested a slight increase from the Worcester County, but we're unsure of the decision, so I'm placing the 465 as been received in the past. Worcester County grant is unrestricted and provided to general fund support. That's the only addition here. Waste collection, the next line item on the very bottom of page 1. You will see the decrease. I have discussed that with Jimmy, and there's some planning going on in tightening up the collection process. That waste collection is for commercial properties. So many receptacles being changed, subtracted, so potentially we'll have less businesses participating in the collections. Going to page 2. For the police department, but basically when people come in to do the fingerprint, there is a surcharge that's been sent, and then the revenue has been collected. So it's a pass-through, but there is a slight amount that been kept on the general fund. Next couple of items will change, all about general overhead. I have not finalized the utility funds, so I'm simply rebudgeting the same amounts just to have a placeholder for right now. Once we complete electric, water, sewer, and stormwater, and I will know the firm amounts for each individual fund, those amounts will change. They might go up, they might go down, it depends on the total fund for each balance. To give a short overview, general overhead calculation, basically, utility funds replenish the services for general funds, since the general fund personnel deals with the utilities as well. So it's allocation of the services on behalf of the utilities. Next three couple of items, electric fund reimbursement, water fund reimbursement, and sewer fund reimbursement. There are 3 bonds that have been placed to be paid out of the general fund, I want to say about 15 years ago. And utility funds reimburse the general fund in a small amounts back to repay that interest. Recycling discount, a slight decrease,
Natalie,
just, yes.
I do have a note from our staff meeting that there is a bond that's going to be closed out this year, if you want to talk about that briefly.
I was gonna do it when I go over the
Okay.
debt services.
Okay, perfect.
That does not.
I had it for some reason
Yes.
in our revenue discussion from the staff
I
meeting.
guess I just mentioned that one
Okay.
of the bonds, yes.
Very good.
Recycling discount, very small miscellaneous amounts. I'm decreasing it by 3,000 from what I see been, we basically carry scrap to recycling and get a discount. We will probably not be doing much of it. Impact fees, residential, impact fees, commercial. I have talked briefly with Dave Engelhardt today, and his rough estimate for residential to be at 96,000 and commercial to remain at 30. Now, if we're looking at our fiscal '24, we're probably not going to complete the full budget amount for fiscal '24 of 100. We're at 66, but we do exceed a little bit on the commercial part of it. He did account for the discussion for potentially new gas station. He mentioned that as well. Now, again, that is a placeholder, 96,000 and 30,000. You will see being offset under the public works as the impact fee improvements. So we do not allocate those revenues in the particular year to any of the projects of fiscal '25. But we do have some reserves collected and allocated in fiscal '25, and I will go over them a little bit later to advance from the impact fees. We've been very fortunate to collect a good amount of interest by establishing a good reserve for general funds. Since we established different layers of reserves, we've been placing those monies in separate accounts. We also had an extensive conversation with our bank, and they agreed to provide us with the same interest rate on all of the reserve accounts. So if you look in fiscal '22, our interest was $55,000. We slightly increased in '23 to $215. Fiscal '24, we're at $238. And so I'm being conservative, thinking if we do need to use some of the capital reserve, for example, projection is $215,000. I'm very happy to see that number.
Kudos to your department. I know
Thank you.
that a lot of folks might not pick up on that, but renegotiating those interest rates has a substantial impact on our revenues, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Small amount for miscellaneous income, pretty much category that does not belong to a particular line item. For example, like we would charge for park reservations, or there is some sort of a discount, so we place it, or we sell little recyclable bins that would go in that little miscellaneous account. Parks and Recreation Grant. There are 2 parts of it. One is for Henry Park Playground, and the second part is Stephen Decatur Comfort Station. The $216,000 is for playgrounds, $99,000 for Stephen Decatur Comfort Station, and also $132,784 is for Stephen Decatur stations. There is a grant match from the town that requires for us to apply of $58,216. That's for both projects. That is on the budget, and that is part of our deficit, which is not funded. The capital project is on the budget, but I don't carry the revenue from anywhere, so it's basically an unbudgeted item. The difference of $58,000. Going down to the bottom of the page, not much of a change from fiscal '24. You will see contribution from sewer and contribution from stormwater. That's our budgeted amounts for each year from the utility funds to repay back to general fund the non-spendable balance, which is decreasing every year. It's another very good news. We have planned to set aside certain amounts each year, and if the fund closes in the positive and there is availability to repay back the general fund, we did manage to do it in fiscal '23, hoping it's going to happen in fiscal '24, and I'm budgeting the same amounts for fiscal '25. Once the full amount is repaid back, there will be no more non-spendable balance on the general fund, and it's really good. It's a good sustainability point for the general fund. Contribution from reserve. That amount, that line item describes everything, whether we carry forward to rebudget from '24 to '25, or advancing from reserve, or we have earmarked from highway user revenues or impact fees in the prior, and we just carry it forward. I will not go line by line because all of them correspond to capital projects. Once we go to the capital projects of each department, you will see they match to the advancement from reserve. But basically there are there are projects from streets, there is a comprehensive plan, ARPA funds, there is lots revenues for layouts from the prior year, and renovation of town hall from capital reserve as just rebudgeted to go forward with the projects.
Now, wasn't the bucket truck from electric in that, or was that a different?
That would be under the enterprise.
So-
budget.
Well, I know it would be under their budget, but it didn't come out of yours.
No, that would not come up here from this line item. Bucket truck, is it done already?
It was, this is.
It's just got a longer lead time.
Right, it was 2 years out.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
ordered it, but we know we won't get
Yeah.
it until the next.
That's, yeah.
But I thought it was, you requested it again this year, funding for it.
I-
So that would be in Tim's budget.
That's,
Right.
that's in the lecture.
As both revenue
As all
and
these are,
expense.
too, in various.
No, all of these are public works.
That's all public works. There is no utilities up here, just general fund. So the bond loan proceeds of $2.8 million, that's public works, building, construction, development, everything that belongs to public works. That to offset the capital project. With all that said, the total amount for general fund revenues is $13,454,956, but 2.8 of it is the bond amount, which coming from the bond proceeds, obviously. So if we take into consideration and take that out, we're pretty much in the same path with fiscal '24.
Tell me something else. I'm gonna go back to room tax
Okay.
and the increase of $30,000. Tell me about how we're gonna generate that $30,000 again.
We have several establishments in the town of Berlin who have either bed and breakfast, a hotel, or potentially a new hotel. So once customer books the rooms, the owner of the hotel, the owner of the business, suppose they report the full amount of revenues to the state of Maryland. Then state of Maryland sends us a portion of the room tax that they collect on the bookings. So from the amounts we have received for this year and last year, and taking consideration that would potentially have a good year for fiscal '25 because people visiting us, I'm just estimating an increase. Whether we collect it, I hope so.
But I think what you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, she has projected based on the possibility of a new hotel that, as has been recently discussed. It is a projection.
Thanks. Thanks, Rick.
So that does conclude your revenue.
That concludes my revenue portion. If you have any questions, I can answer. If not, we can move to the expenditures which start on page 4, and the first would be elected officials.
I just wanted to add a comment, because it's really, for one thing, property tax, $300,000 in new revenue is great to see. And also compliments that I think you took some of the comments maybe that we've had in the past, maybe based on, your experience as well, with being, a little bit more aggressive with revenues, maybe not, but I think I appreciate it, the income tax and a couple of the others that we talked about. And also, like the mayor said, the interest, that's a tremendous increase in revenues, and appreciate that very much. I think it's great. And yeah, like I said, I just was happy to see some of the adjustments to the revenue side of things.
I appreciate your comment, thank you, but me being very close to projection, and I talked to Mary today about it, does not give me a good feeling on a budget, for one reason. I would like to have those numbers to be more conservative, because if something goes wrong, if we get a recession, if the revenue is not stable, something shuts down, we have another COVID episode, I have that feeling that we're okay. Budgeting the full amount to the extent as the revenue being received and not being conservative does not give me an assurance that our general fund will have unassigned spendable balance at the end of the year when we close the year. So this revenue as what it is, let's hope that we will get full amounts for every single line item to have a good year for fiscal 25.
I would just like to say that the increase in projected real property tax does not reflect an increase to our tax rate, but there is an increase to the assessed value, which has still got to come out of the pockets of our residents. And that's to the tune of $300,000. So that indirect increase is of concern.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions regarding the finance director's overview of the general fund revenues? If not, we'll pick up on page 4. Consistent with most of our departments, looking at salaries, FICA, health insurance, retirement, workers' comp, vacation buyback, health claims, retention, and for the most part, some contracted services and insurance. Those items are managed by our PayPoint HR study, which is adopted and passed by the mayor and council, as well as figures that we receive from our contracted vendors. The Human Resources Director, I'm sure, will touch on when we hit the healthcare portion. Are we hitting healthcare with this one, or are we waiting for the next one with your health insurance number? I didn't see it on here, so I figured next one.
He's probably, the past couple of years, he's been coming actually to the regular session meeting in like late April.
Okay.
He's just not getting them back in time. No one else can respond until Care First responds, so it just.
So then before we move into each department, can you just talk about the workers' comp and health insurance projections and
Yeah.
what the placeholder is?
Yes, we put in a 10% increase. We met with Chris Carroll, Mary and I did early March, and he said go ahead and put 10%. He wouldn't even bring anything before us that was any higher. He can't see it being any higher than that. Knock on wood. So I put in a 10% increase for medical as a placeholder, and I will have figures to you once I have a little bit more information. Workers' compensation, we had at 8% last year as a possible increase. I left it at 8%. That is also in the works. I spoke with them today, and they said they're still in negotiation. We have a broker that helps negotiate that rate for us. So that is still in the works, and I placed it at 8%. And then, legit liability insurance. Again, Mary and I both went to the legit renewal meeting last week, and they said that they're estimating a 10% increase, but they did ask us to basically break down our parks a little bit more. So instead of just having like Stephen Decatur Park as an insured item, they want basketball courts, tennis courts, whatever, you know, for each park. So I left it at 15 because I just don't know if that will increase anything, especially with bathrooms at Henry Park and stuff like that. So you'll see a 15% increase for liability, but I'm hoping it will be more like 10. You know, we'll see as we get a little closer. It's all waiting game.
One other thing I think that's important to note, and I believe it's the health claims line. Kelsey bases that number on every eligible person taking the full complement. So that doesn't, generally, that is not the case. But it's safer, again, to be conservative and budget
Well,
the
not-
expense higher.
Only vacancies. I just want to
Okay.
make sure that's clear. So only
I'm
vacancies.
sorry, I didn't misspeak.
Yeah, so if someone has a plan, I leave it at that same plan, assuming that there's not going to be a change. But if I know someone's expecting a child, or I know they're getting married and they are on our insurance, I do budget that increase. Like I did have someone reach out to me and say that they're likely going to a family plan next year. So I made that change. But for the most part, I don't amend it unless I know that there's going to be a life change. And vacancies, I do put at the full family rate, just so we don't know who we'll hire. So, yep.
Thank you for that. Any questions before we proceed about health insurance, workers' comp, legit, or how vacancies are
What's
projected?
the logo of her?
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Oh,
Logo of her.
Oh, just apparel with the town logo on it. It's an
It's like a
option.
uniform, uniforms across the department.
I'm reluctant to use the term
I-
uniform because to me that implies something that we are requiring employees to wear, and that is not the case. In some departments, obviously, some departments, uniforms are required, but.
yeah, there is a uniform line item for the departments that have it required.
So how's this used?
You'll see that it'll be
Like you guys
consistent
got
across.
shirts.
Yeah,
It would be
what Jimmy's
Say
wearing, we would provide them the option of ordering something along those lines to wear for work.
I'm sorry, in the employee health insurance, it's a 42% jump. What am I missing there? Or 10% jump was budgeted?
Um,
I'm on it.
Yeah, I would say.
That's all me.
Well, I mean, there was. I mean, let me see. What is the exact amount? I'm sorry.
There you go, Steve.
Can't wait.
Health insurance.
No.
So it was a $30,000 increase. Let's see.
It's a family plan added.
Yeah, but I don't think, our family plans run about 22,000. That's what I'm trying to think of what that
Why don't we
difference.
just take a look at the number?
Yeah, we'll take
and
a
go
look
from
a little
there.
bit more, but,
I don't think there's any need
well,
to.
also, I say 22,000, but then the 10% increase.
And, right,
Yeah.
it's gonna
So-
adjust before the final budget regardless.
So this does
It
reflect,
feels like I'm wondering.
if there's a more specific question, I think it's probably better to take that up with Kelsey offline.
Yeah.
Sorry
But
to.
we'll cross-check that number to make sure that it's
Right.
accurate.
So the health
So then-
insurance will change, and the liability insurance will change as we go to introduction and adoption. But with that said, as Kelsey mentioned, we normally budget, if we're unsure of a person in department election for next year, we always budget at the family plan and then adjust down. So if there is a new position or a common in position with nothing in the place right now, it will be a family plus the 10% increase, so that's what the difference is on.
Thank you.
So with it
So
be-
then, okay. go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, this is a crazy question. When you're thinking about that, I didn't look at, I guess my brain was thinking with just now when you said that, with this being an election year, if we were to look at, if we were to go back and look at elected officials, would you have budgeted a full plan not knowing what these,
We do not typically. I mean,
Okay,
if
I was
that's something you
curious
guys
about that.
want me to change in the
no,
future.
no, no, I'm not
I can.
saying you have
I
to.
think
I'm
it's
just-
worked historically how we've done it.
Yeah, I was just curious if that's what happens with
Not,
elections.
not for
season.
elected
Yeah.
officials, no.
Going back to Dean's comment about the apparel, are you setting up some kind of policy where, like, everybody might get two pieces, two shirts, or two sweatshirts, or something like, is there a policy in place?
Oh, you're looking at me. I didn't
having
budget
all
that.
this.
You're sorry, I was saying, I don't know.
We have discussed that, and probably will have an internal procedure if this is approved to be established for, this coming from example, mostly administrative offices, because all the utilities, they have already their
Uniforms.
logo, uniforms, or logo clothes. Police department, economic development have logoed stuff. But when we attend meetings or conferences, we always appear non-logoed. So I suggested to bring something to allow employees to purchase, like a cardigan or a t-shirt or a sweater that would have a logo of the town, and they can wear it downstairs, or we can go to the meetings or wherever they desire. But yes, it will be a limit, and it will be an item limit set. And then if you would like to purchase extra, that would be on your own expense.
Just, we do not.
We don't have a policy.
We don't
in place,
have it
right?
in-
Correct, we do not have a formal
and-
policy, but typically the rule of thumb that would be used would be whatever the amount is budgeted.
Right.
Would be available at proportionate to each employee. They can either spend the full amount of that, or if they want more, purchase more, or none at all.
Right.
But one employee would not be able to get more than another.
So
On the
but
town's
generally, when it comes
So
to apparel,
generally, you hold $500.
if you order like in bulk, like 24, 72
He's trying to say,
pieces
can
at
you
a
just pull
time,
that?
you can save a lot of money by ordering a similar piece. Standardizing rather than more piecemeal. Just a
Yes,
You
I
agree with that
agree, but it's not per se, you can order uniform in bulk. You cannot order 70 t-shirts and fit everybody in
Yeah, you're gonna be
t-shirts.
sizing different, you're gonna
And-
have.
We were able to get a good rate this year,
Yes.
even though we ordered different items, we had like a limit of the number, you know, like get down to 5 or 7 or whatever it was, and we ordered all different sizes, and we got the
Different
root-
styles.
different styles, but we still got like reduced rate. It wasn't like we were ordering one off.
And really, the clothing that office staff would choose to wear is going to be very different than what they would need to wear in the field. So the bulk doesn't work out in the end, unfortunately.
But like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure we'll have an internal procedure in place that would be applicable to every department across.
Like selection of a preferred vendor. and, like, I
Exactly,
mean, there are
yes.
ways that we can mitigate it, but really, it's been ad hoc so far, right?
It's
So-
very new. We've
right.
really only done it for the first
I've
time.
never had anything that looked good to put on clothing before, so now it looks great. So I think that if adopted, we would come up with some sort of a standard. All right, let's move into elected officials. Like I said, we're going to work from postage down, so line item 01, 5,000, 5601. Postage is covered through Natalie's
Customer
department.
service.
Customer service.
So thank you for that. Travel, you'll see that includes LESMA attendance, MML. We are adding a little bit of an increase here this year because Sarah's taken a liking to grant writing, so we want to support that. And as well as any other departments that want to try and better advance our employees. Cell phones are projected at the AT&T rate. Dues and publications have gone up slightly as well to match any additional supplemental materials needed for the grant writing side of things. Employee training's gone up for the grant writing side of things as well. And then special appropriations has stayed flat. Office supplies has gone up marginally. Printing costs have remained flat for a total expenditure of $307,900. Keep in mind, this does include all the elected officials, mayor and the 5 council members, as well as the executive assistant in the mayor's office. So 1 full-time equivalent. Any questions regarding the elected officials budget? All right, up next is administration.
Similar to what the mayor just did, I'm going to kind of jump through the first couple of sections. Under contracted services, we did add engineering, or increased rather, engineering services.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Please mention in retention our recognition by the PayPoint HR, a place for all of the departments being expensed.
Yes, you're
under
correct. You're
administration.
correct. We spoke to this at the department head meeting on the 22nd. Of course, all of you were not present for that, but what we have done this year is accounted for, and correct my math if I'm wrong here, it's roughly $500 per department. It's all under administration. It's for the purpose of a holiday luncheon or another recognition type event. That was something that did not occur this last year and was very much missed by the employee group. So essentially, this is based on each department, but it's all placed under administration for ease of bookkeeping.
And with that, I do just want to add that the holiday luncheon did not occur because we didn't want it. In the past, sometimes we've had that event sponsored. There have been changes or new findings from our ethics professor training. And with that, we found out that it is actually frowned upon or deemed in his eyes unethical to solicit donations regarding food unless it's shared with the, what is it?
With the town.
With the entire town.
Yeah, I think in the presence
In
of
the
the
presence
donor.
of the entire, okay, in the presence of the donor. So it complicates being able to get some of this fundraised, which is why you see the employee recognition note here in our budget. And I'll also draw the group's attention to the findings of the PayPoint HR study when we asked for the work groups with each one of the staff members and the departments. One of the findings was the team building opportunities that exist through those get-togethers like the holiday luncheon and the recognition ceremonies and stuff.
So Mary, you said that a line item was the retention line item?
Yes,
Okay.
It's the first one in retention.
yes.
And it's not a budgeted thing, but on the topic of the, like employee gatherings and things of that nature, I'm sure you guys have seen, sorry, I emailed so many things today, but we always have done the Jolly Roger Day. We're doing, I partnered with Maui Jacks and Chincoteague for like any time of the year now you can go, and then for a discount. And then I also met with the Shorebirds rep today. He came in and we're talking about some possibilities for discounted tickets, and they even offer things if the town wanted to do a barbecue or something like that for staff, but obviously some of those things can get a little costly. But just, we are taking in what PayPoint said and trying to do more team building.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mary.
Most of the other expenses that you'll see, excuse me, website, ADP services, those are pretty much as they have been. There might be some slight increases based on projections. Let's see. Going down, pretty much everything else, again, is more or less as it has been. There's not a lot of changes. If there are any particular questions, or if there's anything that you would like to know.
I just want to touch on the fire and EMS side of
Okay.
things briefly. One of the items in our local development council, LDC, multi-year plan regarding casino expenditures, how we expend our casino funds, was that we had asked the LDC to approve a $45,000 contribution to the Berlin Fire Company EMS for a capital replacement of a new ambulance. That was is a three-year plan. This draft budget does recommend taking the lump sum and starting to make those yearly contributions over 3 years of $15,000, equaling the $45,000 mark. With that being said, it's difficult to project what those casino revenues will be, so we are going to front fund that using some of the fund balance that we have for the casino funds to be able to help meet the contribution over 3 years for the fire company.
Fiscal 25.
Fiscal 25, yes, thank you. I apologize if I said 24. So with that being said, you will see that $15,000 increase, which is line item 01-5100-5609.
And the little description there specifies that this is EMS multi-plan.
Can we make it say payment 1 of 3, if you don't mind?
It doesn't, I can add number 1, and I'll try.
She's always just limited on the
just-
number of characters that
it
will fit
just-
there.
Can we make it say EMS LDC 1 of 3,
1 of 3.
if you don't mind? Just so that it's clear to everyone.
Going a little bit up the page, the amounts that I referenced in the revenue portion, the 310 transfers to reserve, that's consist of contribution from sewer back to general fund, and a stormwater of 10,000 budgeted for fiscal '25. To offset that, to be a zero impact on the fund, I do a transfer to reserve of 310. So we don't expense that per se, we just place it as the budgeted amount. Now, I want to discuss a little bit where you see slot contribution to reserve of 235. So my projections for fiscal '25 from page 1 was 450,000. That's fiscal '25 projections. With that, I'm proposing to allocate 200,000 to the debt services of the Public Works to carry that forward. $15,000 obviously for the ambulance that we placed. The delta between 450 and 215 is 235 to be placed to reserve back to slots for future use. From the advancement from reserve to fund the LEOPS for fiscal '25, we will be utilizing fiscal '24 fund proceeds. So for the LEOPS, we will be rolling on the year behind. For any future project like debt service or ambulance, it will be on the future received slot revenues. Did I confuse anybody? No. You did? Okay, ask me a question.
I'm gonna ask a question. Are we about to go? Okay. I'm a little bit confused, I admit.
Okay.
So with the bond that we're having, the $2.8 million bond, there's an interest that's gonna be in this budget, correct?
Correct.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm not that confused.
You want as confused as you can.
Good job.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was.
With that,
I just have a simple question. Going back to mayor council, it's 5 of us.
so you're going back to elected officials.
Elected.
Yes, 5 of us
Yes,
and mayor and Sarah, so that's 7.
correct.
Correct. Now, when we come to administration, how many?
4.
It's 5.
Yes, I'm sorry, you're correct, because Dave Gaskell is also under administration.
If you look right below the line item called salaries full-time, there is a little description that I place number of employees for each department. It's in the little notes.
Yeah,
It says 5
I
FTEs.
got it.
That's the full-time employees, 5.
I couldn't find Sarah.
Sarah's right there.
We're good.
Natalie, I have a question on
Sure.
the EMS personnel allocation. Typically, in the past, we've given them 125 and required them to submit records of how they're spending it time-wise. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a lot of work. Is it possible we can just combine those 2 allocations and just say this is for EMS division?
It's your
That
decision.
would be a decision for
I mean,
you.
just,
It's possible, but it does take this body to make that decision, and
right, but
It would be in the-
we're jumping through a lot of hoops to.
Now, to compile the paperwork, we don't do anything. They compile the paperwork, submit it to us for reimbursement. So we could cut one check of 125 at the end of the year or the beginning of the year.
Mhm.
Or we can cut 10 checks as they ask for reimbursement. So end result is $125,000 to fund 2 personnel
Right.
in the
But
fire.
I'm saying, let's just lump it together and this is what we give EMS, rather than put requirements on it.
Are you saying lumping the
Well, there's-
125 with the 284?
284, yeah, that's their EMS allocation.
I wonder if they would be, because in my brain, I feel like that's something that they, bookkeeping wise, maybe it's just.
No,
me. I thought-
we're asking them
It's
for
just us.
records that they normally wouldn't have to provide.
Well, the amounts I would like to separate because once they provide the contract and once you approve the contract,
Right.
they state the amount, operational cost for ambulance and the fire. So those amounts that was the fight in the past for us to create an extra line item on the general ledger by the fire company wanted to see it totally separate. The 125 come in place from ARPA when we received the ARPA, so that was a new item.
Correct.
So for detailing and be accurate per contract, I would keep those details they are. It doesn't matter if we cut a check to operating allocation of 409 one time, it doesn't. But on the budget, I would keep it broken down, because they have requested in the past for us to break it down.
From our perspective, now that the line item exists, there's no additional work, really.
Right.
I just thought that this was something that they would have greenlighted, the separation for personnel versus operational.
That was initially how.
That's how
presented.
we asked them to do that. We wanted to make sure that money was spent on the 2 extra EMS personnel.
Right.
And I think you should continue doing what you agreed on.
So, it's all being spent on EMS anyway, so.
Well, they have provided us with the time cards, at least you have record that they were providing us. If you don't ask for it, it potentially could be spent on anything else.
Right.
I was gonna say, I guess in my head, I'm looking at it by keeping it that way. With the shifting of the person, the folks that sit in these seats, by keeping it, the line items literally black and white as they are, it's always present, you know what I'm saying? And I thought that that's what they wanted to do. Maybe I got lost.
Anytime we craft this budget, the more detail we can apply, the better. It increases the transparency for
Right,
us
and then
and
for
for
us
them, yeah.
as well.
I mean, for everybody across the board. All right, maybe the time to also explore that would be when we reevaluate that formula discussion that we're having.
Yeah.
Because it would likely shift some of those categories around.
Now, I had a question about the layups part, but I feel like my brain got it, they got all messed up in there somewhere. Let's go back to where you talked about.
No, let's talk about it. So I don't want you to go forward and be confused. Slash revenues, in the past, we have said that we're gonna take the full amount of layups needed from slash revenues.
Yep.
We did, we opened a separate account, and we have placed a full amount needed to fund layups, and it's sitting aside. We're good as a backup for a full entire year. Going forward to fiscal '25, instead of taking the future revenues,
Right.
we're gonna take the fiscal '24 revenues and fund the expense for '25. Now, my projection to go forward for future year, 450 now available, to place 235 to reserve, which will be available for fiscal '26 layups. So we're gonna roll a year behind and allocate 200 to debt service, which is gonna be less. Once we close that bond, the amount will change. I'm budgeting the debt service for 2.8 at the highest capacity and 15,000 for the ambulance. So that's 24 revenues. The expenditure on the police department level right now will be funded from last year's loss revenues.
Got it.
And that is because they bill in December for the prior fiscal year.
Okay, so that was the part where my brain was
It's
like,
confusing.
the queen of overthinking over here was like stuck between, wait a minute, are we doing this because of ... or was this because of the conversation of trying to cut the apron strings with
The answer is both.
LDC and, okay.
And if this is adopted, once the budget is adopted, we will need to send an amendment letter to the LDC.
Got it.
Restating our, well, no, that should be, you say, oh God, but
That should make them
that should
happy,
be good news.
Yeah.
We're following their direction.
Yeah, yeah.
As soon
That
as
was their request.
we
That was
follow
their-
them, yes.
Suggestion.
Yeah, you did.
He
Trying to
was
help
like,
you there. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling. Got a lot to cover.
I think we stopped on page 7. I have talked about the slight contribution to reserve, contribution to transfer to reserve from the utilities funds. And we talked about the fire company contribution. Mary, if we can move to page 8 and go over dues and obligations or anything else you choose to. And
Again, most of, if there are increases reflected here, they are, for the most part, based on projections on indications that we may have gotten from particular vendors regarding their projections of what their billing will look like. So really, unless there are any specific questions, there are no surprises here. There's nothing that is unusual or out of the ordinary.
I will say that if we're going to look through, because you only have a few items remaining on page 9, I will say to the group that you will notice that there is no contingency. That is because we have a deficit, so there is no surplus there to put in contingency.
Contingency kicks in if you have a surplus.
a simple description, contingency is the revenue exceeding expenses. So as of right now, once we reconcile everything in place, in spots, and I adjust the overhead allocation and recalculate the debt service, I'm hoping we will end it up as contingency.
All right, any questions for Mary or Natalie regarding administrative? All right, up next is the finance department, so Natalie.
Personnel costs, I want to touch on a little bit. You will see the line item for the full salaries, and under this description of the salaries full-time, you will see that we have 3 full-time employees and 1 requested. I would like to request a full-time position for the finance department as an staff accountant as a lower level to perform daily duties that will help us to cross-train in between. Right now, we're facing a little challenge between accounts receivable, accounts payable, and daily reconciliations from downstairs where the payment's been received. We don't have a person who could potentially perform the same routine and the same duties of Melissa's or Shirley because it's an internal control violation. I cannot place Melissa and be cross-trained for Shirley's for accounts payable simply because she's reconciling all the daily transactions from downstairs, and I cannot bring a customer service person to upstairs, well, for 1, because it's not enough hours in the day, but for 2, the same exact procedures will be violated. Once you deal with the payments or collection or receipt collection on invoicing, you cannot then be shifted on opposite side of it. So if Melissa would like to have a week off, or Shirley would like to have a week off, I need to have somebody who is absolutely neutral to do either checks or to do the daily transactions. That will then fall in my plate, and I'm trying to cover everybody else. In the same time, I should be on the level of overseeing everybody's duties in my department and not physically performing them, but I do sometimes perform general entries. I do reconcile the payroll, and when Shirley does reconcile the payroll. So the position I'm requesting for would be a very entry level of accounting staff who would do small things every day like daily reconciliations, overseeing the invoicing, and then this Melissa or Shirley or myself would be reviewing, approving, verifying, and posting as a final step. And also this person would be cross-trained back and forth between the departments if needed to perform somebody's duties or help. That will allow us to take upon more projects, hopefully do our budget so we can be awarded by the GFOA, or do more of a capital projects, ARPA reconciliation, maybe produce better financial reporting in the shorter versions, in the shorter terms of time, simply help us with managing daily today.
Some depth.
Well, and I think it's also important to know the internal control side of things, so maybe hit that quickly if you don't mind, and then we'll let Vice President Burrell ask the question.
Every year, the auditors have reviewed our internal controls and ask us to have every single procedure in the office. starting with a small thing as the customer walks in, have its own internal control written, and people attached to the control. I will give an example. Cash collection, when customer comes in, who greets the customer, who accepts the payment, how the payment is posted, how is it recorded, how is it going through the system. Then it flows upstairs to Melissa. When I say upstairs, it goes to the accounts receivable portion. How is it received? She verifies the accuracy of it. So the person who accepts downstairs cannot then be a substitute for Melissa. I cannot be substitute fully. I can, and I do, but I shouldn't be because I'm touching every single part of the finance and customer service. To have that person in place will strengthen the internal control and give us an opportunity to shift smaller projects. When I say smaller, daily reconciliations, Excel spreadsheets, and then given a bigger project to us to deal with.
Vice President.
In our consideration of this request, I would like to see a job description related to this position. Included in that job description, I would like to have the information concerning internal controls that you just explained and where this person fits in our organization. Thus, this person plugged into the organization short. So I could get a visual of what's being requested and how it's gonna look.
You said where they fit, do you mean where they fit in the pay point section or where they
A
fit?
org chart and an org chart.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm telling you, she's still in the process right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do that before the introduction. The job description will be very similar to a regular, low-level position of a staff accountant. The internal controls, I can put something as a summary together, and this person would be in finance reporting to me.
Now, going forward, will we have more additional staff requests?
There's, in this budget, there's only one other additional staff request.
There are,
And that is in planning.
there is one other in a enterprise fund.
Yeah, but not in the
only
general
two
fund.
in this, yes.
General fund has 2 staff.
Now, that position now that has just described, that is part of the $100,000 and some deficit.
Correct. The other point, Natalie, when we met at the staff level, was, and I think it's important to note, the implementation of project codes. So where that will assist is that when we want to know like the cost of something, an event, or if we're looking for reimbursement of certain things, a project code could be assigned to working on a project or an event or a specific task. It also comes into play when we seek reimbursement. So if there's a declared emergency or a disaster and we need to make that request to the state or federal government, we need to be able to account for all of those costs. So with that, the implementation of project codes will put us on a better financial footing. And that's part of the role of this additional staff member. So, thank you.
So moving forward in the finance department, the slight increase under the professional services. Professional services include annual audit, single audit, and uniform financial services that we pay to a independent auditor. A slight increase just for a single audit. Single audit has to be performed if we have received and expensed more than $750,000 of grant monies, which we are. It's ARPA, and we will be expending them.
Federal money.
That will set the limit, so a separate single audit will need to be done for the town.
Now, I have a question about that.
Yes.
Does each grant that has an expenditure of $750,000 in a year, or just one?
Total.
Okay, good. Because I didn't know with the Reconnecting Communities grant being the size that it is, if we needed additional funds for that.
No, it would be $750 and above. It's one audit, and they charge one fee for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Natalie, is that something you put out to bid, or would you use the
That's BKS. They will do, they're already doing this for this
Yeah,
year
they do it.
because we have ARPA, and so it will be just carried forward to the same thing. Under travel, there is a slight increase. I would like to anticipate more training dedicated to Tyler. I would like to be able to attend Tyler conference. I feel that we have a very good software in place, but we're a little disconnected. The classes online, not always in person, they're recorded that we can listen, but attending the conference and actually listening and learning what they have newly implemented, innovated is very important. Every time we have a question when we call support, they would suggest, well, there is a thing for that. Do you know about it? No, we don't, because you can only read as much as you can, but when you're participating, networking, connecting, it's still a different level. So in travel and in employee training, I am placing a little increase, hoping that we can attend the teleconference in the future years. That's pretty much all of the line items for my Department of Finance. The increase, considering the new position requested, is $112,000 in total, or 29%.
Any questions for finance? Steve, any questions for finance?
No.
Okay, let's move on to customer accounts. Natalie?
Sure. Going down and not discussing the personnel and everything else that included, rental office equipment, contracted services. The whole entire software, billing and financial services software, annual support, and online support as well is included in customer service because it touches every single department. Rental office equipment, including all of the copiers, printers, and lease and mail stuff for the town hall. There's a slight increase for that, basically increase from vendor. Keeping the postage at the same level. Not saying that the postage will not go up, but since we go paperless more and more, we do save a little bit out there. The same, a slight increase for travel for the conferences and Tyler classes. Page 13.
So Tyler's gonna be, I'm sorry, the training is for customer service as well as the accounting department?
Yes. Slight increase for,
Let's talk about that for a second.
Yes.
So the reason, right, is that finance encompasses finance and customer
Right.
accounts. Just for everybody that's watching, both of those departments rely heavily on Tyler. The information that we're talking about, those internal controls, is really touching both sides of what Tyler can do, right? The receipt and the output. So.
but also Tyler separates on the billing, customer service, and the Tyler as the software itself. So it's under the same umbrella, but it's two different platforms.
Well, before you mentioned customer service, my brain was thinking, well, doesn't everybody need to know? But when you got to that part, I saw Tyler again, so that's why I was double checking.
Okay, sure.
Just so the public understands what we're talking about when we say Tyler. Tyler is our software, our accounting and billing software.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it's not a person.
It is not a person, even though it is a person.
That guy Tyler.
Information technology cost being billed under the customer service again. Because the customer service as a total department gets allocated between all the funds, general fund, electric, water, sewer, and stormwater, we're placing the main items that touches every single fund into the customer service. So the IT services of $66,950 is in customer service as the total unity for the whole town. Office supplies, the same situation. We have orders placed for printing paper, miscellaneous supplies. It's also being centralized under customer service. Printing cost went up a little bit, so there's an increase of $5,000. Credit card fees going up. The volume of credit card transactions is the main driven mechanism for the prices. I give you example, we had to call today our processor and increase our limit from 200 transactions per day to 500 because we were exceeding the limits of transactions online. People just, they're utilizing credit cards more and more, and there's nobody paying with the cash.
People don't have cash. I don't even know what it looks like.
Me neither. Overall, there's a slight increase, but also that counting the contractual services and the personnel cost, health insurance, and a little bit of training, only 6%.
Any questions for Natalie regarding customer accounts?
I do have a question on customer accounts. So this budget includes the step and the COLA, correct, that we talked about? So I guess I'm expecting when I see the salaries, that number to go up. But I'm getting, those are new folks?
I have two newly hired employees that are a little bit lower than the previous.
Gotcha.
And
They're
then
starting at the
at
beginning of the
interim
step.
level, yes.
Yeah, right, okay. But that's just so like, this budget does include one step and a 2.5% COLA.
It does.
2%. 2% COLA.
2% COLA.
Step is
and
2.5.
step.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, building and grounds, Jimmy?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
We have one full-time employee. We moved down to contracted services. We have just our general cleaning carpets, downtown landscapes, drug testing, elevator inspection, which we have coming up in May, fire protection services. They come out and check. Our full-time employee checks the fire hydrants each month, but we need them to be officially recertified each year. And then some pesticide control, which is for downtown streets and throughout all the town, but it's just a portion of that. Insurance, building maintenance, air conditioning units, HVAC, building maintenance, anything we need to fix around the buildings. Small repairs and tools, paint, tools to do jobs. Equipment maintenance. The backup generator is to be serviced. It was just serviced and fixed. We expect a very minimum amount of repairs for that. But I will say that generator, from my understanding, is going on 25 years. So it's possible that, and Tim handles a lot of that, so he knows more about the generator. But I would say that in the next year's budget it was kind of hinted that it might need to be replaced. Town reservation is in there. We have a little vehicle maintenance for the full-time employee. Fuel, office supplies, and supplies and operations, our paper products. We've done really well to bring that number down over the last couple of years, and we've been more efficient with the use of the paper products, and even with Jesse, our employee, working the events and stuff, we're maintaining it, and the waste has really come down.
That's great.
I know you say efficiency, but talk a little bit about some of the changes you made. You increased the capacity or changed the
So-
roles.
A single roll had 400 sheets, and
Gotta get into the nitty gritty, you know? I mean, this.
a 9-inch roll had 900 sheets. So, we went from having single rolls, which it seemed like we were changing them out more and we were chasing them more. So we actually installed 2 during an event. It's not uncommon that we could be out of paper within an hour and a half, even. So, and we weren't even, so they come in a compactor of 4 single rolls. Well, we went to a 9-inch roll, which we put 2 of them, so technically we have 1,800 sheets of paper in each one of the stalls.
It's technical.
So,
Can you give us the math on that?
I mean, it's important when you look at it from
Yeah,
that
it's
sense of.
it's
that
an
was a
economy of
big
scale
cost.
thing.
and it was a big cost savings, because now we're not using a bunch of little rolls. And then, there's even been times where, when we didn't have that staff member too, that we were placing rolls within the bathroom, and they would get maybe knocked down, or would get moved, or
Or
disappear.
other.
So now we have more accountability of using them, and so we're seeing that. We've fixed the little stuff like the hand dryers and stuff, making sure they're working properly and stuff. So, and then just the general cleaning, the bathrooms are cleaned every day, so other than the mishaps we see sometimes that are very poor, bad, but the general cleaning is less because we're maintaining it every day.
And the user experience, from what I hear, is improved, because, I mean, folks would always say, we're out of paper, or, you know what I mean? It was not uncommon to be downtown. Ivy's phone would ring, my phone would ring, it would be
I'm
out of
happy.
paper.
Right, and I'd like to add, you know, what Jimmy was talking about historically, and Mary knows this also. My phone, every weekend, restrooms are out, the shop owners will call, keep asking to use our restrooms, and it hasn't happened not one single time since.
Yeah, the user experience is greatly improved.
So when did, I can't remember, has it been 2 years now since we've implemented this?
No, not that long.
No, the position is only about 8 months,
Has it been a year?
but all the upgrades have been going on probably the last 2 years.
That's
Trying to
nice.
understand what is better, what's the most efficient way for toilet paper and all that supplies to be handled. We had some learning curves in there, but once we understood that the 9-inch roll was the way to go, and it actually took up less room in the bathroom stall. Because the 9-inch rolls is about a unit this big, and the 4-unit was this big, and it only held 4 single rolls, so.
So even though you see paper products broken out, it used to be combined with contracted services, because we outsourced that service. So what you see there is an increase in cost, but really, it gets back to that level of transparency. You get to see what the cost of paper products are. You get a better quality service for less money as far as what we're spending on those paper products. So we commend you and Jesse for the work that you do.
Yeah.
All right, any questions regarding building and grounds?
Great addition.
All right, let's move on to police. Chief of Police.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if I'll be as exciting as Jimmy, but I'll try.
We expect a fly rating on.
We'll look at the highlights, and I would start off with overtime. We have an increase there, but it's definitely way below what we've actually been spending. We've been blowing out the last few years overtime because of staffing. And again, with our recent hires, and we hope again to be bringing one in front of you in the next 2 weeks, that those numbers will actually go down. We have more people actually on the streets, so I'm really happy to say that. Going down to past the actual salaries and benefits, we can start with contractor services, which really stay the same, slight increases. If we go farther down to capital, will be probably the biggest expenditures. It actually shows one vehicle. And 5,200. A server replacement. We've come to the time that our server actually has gone down twice, so we actually will be purchasing another one, and a actual VSA machine, and that's a true device. Go ahead and do our interviews with and training. Going farther down, we have an increase with cell phone, no, increase with telephone. That's across all of the departments. Dues and publications, we had a jump there because we actually closed out supplies, special appropriations to 1050, and we moved that, the range fees to that line, which was usually in a different line, so that's the increase there. Next, we go to training, and we have an $8,000 increase there. We know that we're going to have a few of our officers actually going with degree programs this year.
Is your increase in training because of your new hires?
And actually, because the new hires are going to, have already said they're going to go and have college courses for degree programs.
Yeah. So
But
it
yes.
sounds like they're keepers.
They're keepers.
Good job.
Slight increase in fuel, as it is across all lines, all departments. And we actually have expense in non-cap. We had pulled those numbers out of the capital, and they include 3 what we will call cages or transport partitions for the vehicles and radars. Other than that, all the other lines are flat. We're coming in roughly at 50-some thousand on the operations side increase. And that really falls with the cost of doing business.
So Chief, I have one question.
Mhm.
Are we close with you guys? I know that you still have a few of the older white Tahoes out on the road. Are you close to being current with your vehicles?
Well, we're actually, and we've always stayed right in line.
Okay.
We've actually have a good replacement plan with our agency.
Good. I was just thinking, because in my brain, I thought vehicle, K-9, and officer all stayed together. You know what I mean?
But, and they do. What we did is, again, when we had their retired, and yesterday, April 1st, Chris Farley, corporal, retired. And again, he was a K-9 handler for a long time. We have already repurposed his vehicle. We pulled out the K-9 cage. We actually had it professionally cleaned, and it's a spare vehicle now. So that vehicle is going to be used, and we're actually, today, we're putting accessories on the new vehicle that we purchased this year. And as soon as the guys get done in April, they'll be ready for their cars. We have 3 of them are going to be ready to jump in the cars. So.
That's great. So that's what I was thinking, you know what I mean? I wasn't, not that I want your people to retire, your staff to retire, but in my brain, vehicle, K-9, car. Somebody retires, vehicle cleaned up, repurposed, new hire, new, they get it. So it's like,
We're in a good place with that. Any questions at all about any particular line or anything in our budget?
I stepped out for just a moment. Did you talk, I know that we came up with the appropriate wording choice. You were talking about repurposing vehicles and putting the buffer between, talk a little bit about the process of transporting somebody that's in your custody, and then how this budget is going to hopefully make that a little bit safer for our law enforcement officers.
Right now, our vehicles don't have any transport cages. That means no partition between.
I thought you came up with a word that wasn't cages. I can't recall what it was.
It's transport systems.
barrier.
Prisoner transport systems, that's what we got.
There you go.
But yes.
So I was trying to carefully not use that word.
Okay. So with a lot of our transports, the safest way in actuality is actually have that individual in the front seat beside me. Because again, you have a little bit of control. To have someone sitting behind you without anything between, legs are free. Any type of way they can get forward and push forward can be dangerous. So we're looking at half cages that give the driver themselves room, and a petition to go ahead and put an individual be secure and safe, not only for the driver, but for themselves also. We definitely know stories of individuals opening up doors, jumping out of, and all kinds of things happening. So we want to go ahead and make sure those things don't happen.
They should have some like car seat kind of harness thing. I'm saying.
And I would say the car seat harness things, just ask just ask yourself, how easy for your children to get out of them? It's the same way.
I mean,
Look at what I can do. Let's not do that anymore.
aren't you still in some kind of restraint when you're in the backseat? Stop it.
You can walk down the street with handcuffs on, just letting you know.
Oh.
But tell me, going forward, when we order a vehicle, we're gonna include this passenger restrict system with up front.
Prisoner transport system
I was gonna call it.
Yeah, prisoner transport system up front.
No, it's in the back.
in the back.
No. We won't have to retrofit.
The cost being.
Up front, got it.
There you go.
You got it. I got it.
So does your new Tahoe reflect the cost of this transport system in the price?
What we're gonna do is we're gonna end up starting with these three, and we're gonna go ahead and see how they work. Different agencies do different things. We might go with a full transport petition for some vehicles instead of just a half and those sort of things. But yes, as vehicles age out, it'll be a lot easier to go ahead and put things in when everything's taken apart.
Yeah.
Again, if you see the new car right now with the seat out and the wires going through, we would have put in the gun rack and everything now. We wouldn't want to go ahead and try to pull things out later. Definitely.
That's wild.
So Chief, you've had, I think, at least 3 retirements within the last several months. I'm sorry, yeah. Is this what you expected with LEOPS coming on, and are you happy with the officers that we're finding?
Well, I'm not surprised, because I also understand that 52-year-old police officers can't do as much as some of the younger people. So again, the job itself is grueling, and that's what the system's made for people to go ahead and hit that 50-year mark, 50 plus, and be able to go ahead and step away from the grueling parts of the job. What it does is it pulls in a whole lot of other people, and all the guys that we have 15 years, I'm looking at them and they're feeling more secure where they are. So we knew that we were going to have a little bit of walk out the door, but I feel more comfortable with the group of guys that are here and that, very upward, but actually in the prime really. Those guys are more apt to stay now than before with cookouts.
Thank you.
And again, to go ahead and have, we have 3 young men that are in the academy right now. They've taken 10 tests, I believe, and I have 1 B. We just don't have someone randomly, a warm body somewhere. We have great people that were selected for this job, and we just hired a wonderful officer that has 8 years experience coming in. He's been on the road for 2 weeks, so we feel real good about the agency right now.
Great. Good
Now,
to hear. Thank you.
Chief, the other side of that too, I remember when we were talking about LEOPS, and we've had this conversation for years, you had said something that no officer had retired from the Berlin Police Department.
Yeah.
And and the reason that I say that tonight is because talking even with those mid-level folks, they're excited about the opportunity to be able to retire, and that was something that didn't exist before in the agency. So I think that it goes a long way, gives folks something to look forward to, helps with the recruitment side of things. So.
And again, to have that feeling that I can leave and not have to just try to hold on just a little bit longer, just have to hold on because of.
Like your body.
Well, even with these lateral moves, it from where I'm looking, it feels like those officers out there in the community or wherever they're coming from are looking at Berlin as comparable. So I hope that, whatever's going on LEOPS wise and those things are helping you all fill your house with employees.
Yes.
Any additional questions for the chief?
And my only other statement is, we still, as a department, I'm speaking for a lot of the other town employees, we still have to have longevity in our forefront. Again, we do things and the morale gets good, but we don't want those small things of having someone who moves in, has 18 months, coming in and getting the same amount of somebody that's been there for 15 years. And we're not seeing it just in the police department, we see it in the departments across the board.
Thank you. Any other questions for the chief? All right, let's move on to Public Works, Chief Charles.
All right.
Excitement.
We will move down to contracted services, some increases there with DOT physical, drug screening, uniform cleaning. Our Public Works Building 24 bond, is it located in this?
Keep going, just a couple more lines.
Vehicle maintenance, normal vehicle maintenance for trucks, oil changes, tires, telephone, Amazon. We update our diesel laptops down to dues and publications every year. Helps our mechanic connect into vehicles and solve problems. Employee training, we have, we actually lowered that because all of our employees are now CDL certified.
Really?
Except for Bob, but the rest of us are all, yes.
Nice.
I'm sorry, Willie too.
I was ready to say.
Willie
Yeah,
too. But-
Those made me look over.
So we have, I'm sorry, we have 7 out of the 9 employees are
Nice.
CDL certified. Willie has no interest in giving us.
I knew that, that's why I had to look at you like, hold
Oh,
on.
well.
Did something happen that I didn't know?
Vehicle maintenance, office supplies, not much change there. Safety gear, hats, gloves, safety equipment, glasses, hair protection, gloves for winter in the winter time, latex gloves. Sanitation,
Any
Do you want-
questions for Public Works before we move on? All right, sanitation.
sanitation. We will go down to, contract services, all the same. We will go down to capital outlays. We have trash receptacles, we have trash lids, and then green trash receptacles. We're actually working getting downtown cans this year, and there'll be some money left over, which we'll have that to maybe purchase some more next year. We'll see how these work. Vehicle maintenance, hydraulic oil, cost of the prices are always rising. Where's the trash truck? Where's that at? Did I miss it?
Page 24 at the top. Nope, that's not it.
No, it's gonna be on
Yeah.
25, and then Department of Streets, right?
Yeah, no, it should be,
Sanitation.
should have,
Okay, never mind.
should have a sanitation truck in here.
We wouldn't have had it.
Hold on.
Right.
Did you have it?
I see fuel and all these other.
Yeah, but it's,
I don't think we
but
had it.
it should be in this budget, so.
We should be actually rolling that over. It's,
Yeah, but we
didn't roll
spent,
over.
we
Right,
forward
Expecting
fronted that.
expenditure in FY '25.
We have established the purchase order in fiscal '24. It's on fiscal '24.
But was that going to be a carry forward?
It'll carry forward at the end of the fiscal year, correct?
correct.
But it will be paid with the funds from, when do you expect us to pick it up and pay?
Not till November, December.
All right, let's leave it. It wasn't in a work session either. I'm looking at the old report, so it did not, it's not in this report because we haven't placed it at all. So if we're gonna talk about it, if it's gonna get November, then we will have to carry it forward. If it's gonna get closer to fiscal year end, we can still be able to pull it from fiscal '24, because it's budgeted on '24.
No, I think,
No, this is where we, when I came in front of you guys to ask for it, because we were a year out. It was,
Okay.
and
that I think we're gonna need
We
to.
will place it on the fiscal 25.
Streets.
Any questions for sanitation?
Tell me where these trash cans, downtown trash cans, green trash receptacles, logo.
So the older, I'll start with the downtown cans. We are looking at, we have the brown cans and they're not pleasing aesthetic. It's very easy to throw household bags in used cans. And we looked at finding something they're black metal cans and they'll be harder to throw bags of trash in. And we've actually looked at limiting the areas of where we're putting all these cans to. So that's where we're at with the downtown trash cans. We
So
ordered,
fewer trash cans?
correct.
More strategically placed.
More,
People are
In
using,
the higher, what's that?
I was just saying, I noticed that people are using, the rentals on Main Street, people are using those trash cans.
They are being used for trash that is not your pedestrian foot
That's
traffic.
right, yeah.
And whether that is other customers utilizing the cans as a place to unload, or folks that may have residences around the downtown district utilizing those cans as a storage place for their waste.
Right.
majority of the weekends, the trash cans aren't full unless we have someone come in and throw some household in. And then we're looking at putting them in different places that it's not easy or common for them just to pop out their door and chuck it in the can. So,
Now, if they want to acquire a can for those purposes, there's a pathway for that,
correct.
but it is not a downtown commercial can.
The other ones are the lids. We have to buy replacement lids because the lids are the most fragile part of the can. And they when they get banged around, they are easily to crack. And we want to have new lids because when that trash doesn't have a lid, it gets wet.
Yes.
We just add weight and we add tonnage to our stuff. So it's been a big push the last year that we've gone over probably about 160, 170 lids over the last year of getting new lids. And then there will be some more education in there too. We need, even today I saw cans that are reversed. We need the cans to face the street with the lid facing the street. When the cans lift up, that lid will fold in like that. So it's not getting damaged, but when it's turned to the side or reversed, the lid could get pinched with inside the trash truck.
So talk about the way you want the handles of the can to face. Do you want
I
that
want-
street side or
I want
residential
the
side?
handles facing towards the house. I want the front of the can, the open part towards the street.
Where are the wheels?
Not too close.
Wheels are back.
Handles.
The wheels are back.
Wheels are back to your house.
Okay.
So we're going to work with Jimmy and Cody. We've already talked about it. We're going to direct a video to put out on social media and the website, kind of a funny tongue-in-cheek video on how to put your trash can out, and something like, if your trash can looks like this, that's not the way to do it. Your trash can should look like this. So we're gonna make a funny video that people will want to watch to learn how to put their trash cans
So
out.
Jimmy, with the lids that are
Senior work,
breaking
he should
on
be
the
the one, he should be the
can,
actor.
should the customers be making you aware of those lids, or do you just notice that?
I've asked our sanitation department to be more vigilant. If you're driving through the town or our trash truck operator, if he sees it, shut it down so we can get them replaced. As our crews are out doing recycling, you're not just doing recycling, but you're looking at the cans too and trying to, okay, this can needs to be replaced. Myself, as I'm making trips around town, I'm noticing, I'm writing down.
And I'm loving these little labels that you put on the can. Like, my son was like, "Who's been over here messing with my trash can?" Dude.
Maybe he wants to be in
It's
the
our
band.
trash can.
He was like, "Who did that? What's going on over here?"
And actually, there's a QR code there too that we're hopefully linking some more pictures on. It takes us to the sanitation department website, and we're hoping to put some pictures on there of what we're looking for and I saw a couple videos online that I thought, Kate and I talked about too, that, hey, these would be a good idea to, with the label, and then do some videos that will work with Ivy and her team to make a couple videos, so, and it gives lists all the do's and
We don't know how much
don'ts.
QR codes your trash can is, Joe.
The other side of that is tipping fees continue to go up, which is an important thing to talk about. Those tipping fees increase, that's a proportionate increase in the costs of being able to discard that trash at the town level. So the more folks can recycle, the better off that helps with the overall cost of the town.
And with the labels, we're able to start identifying which house has multiple cans. Sometimes houses have 3, 4, even I know one house has 5 cans. Found a lot of apartments.
That is not my house, so don't look over here. It is not me with 5 kids. He was looking.
We saw 3. But even some of the apartments, and we'll bring them recommendations of what we have. We'll bring them back at a later date, and we'll have discussions on how to proceed with charging and
Offsetting. the
offsetting
tipping
costs.
fees. That's essentially what it boils down to, is offsetting these tipping fees.
And then also these labels will help us find some commercial cans, I think, that are out there too, that might not be, we're gonna find them here in the next couple of weeks,
I like the labeling.
so.
All right, let's move on to street.
We go down to contracted services,
Actually, I'm gonna jump
Okay.
back up to professional services. The line indicates parking study, that's a little bit of a misnomer. It is actually for engineering services to repave existing public parking areas. It's not exactly a parking study, it's more to actually get the bid specs ready and move forward.
Can we change that
Let's
description?
rename that then.
Because we've paid, folks will see parking study, we've already
Right,
paid for that.
exactly, that's why, yeah.
Let's change that description to engineering.
Engineering, parking engineering, or, yeah.
So is this for town-owned lots?
It's a combination of private lots that are allowing public parking and town-owned lots.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's semi-public, private lots, right? Yeah, okay. So it's all the places they can park, they'll be studied.
Correct.
Okay.
More engineering work.
Yes,
Not a
at this
study,
point,
it's
if
more
we're-
engineering
right,
work.
For this
Yeah.
year, what we're asking is for the engineers to get us ready to go to bid, including cost estimates, with the intent of bidding it out at the end of the fiscal year to do the actual work in FY '26.
I see.
That's where we're aiming at this point.
Okay.
In the meantime, however, I will say, in the meantime, there will probably be patching and things like that we have to do to keep it up, to keep
Okay.
the,
Okay.
Do we have a formal written agreement with Jay Burby and Taylor Bank?
As we discussed in our staff level meeting, there are subsequent meetings to come
Right.
with this work that's going to be done that will shore up those agreements and any agreements that are, that should be in place with the lots that are being used for public parking. So that's all part of this work and discussion, and making sure that those agreements are benefiting the town, and if we're gonna make those improvements, that it's putting the taxpayers' money to good use, as well as being equitable to whoever we're using the property.
there will be considerable more conversation about it.
So during the engineering process, are they going to look at are they looking at possible revamping of the spaces so that it fits more?
I think it's more about improving the spaces to
As
make
they are.
them usable.
It's more about the paving, making sure that
Okay.
the paving is in good shape, but of course, once you do that, then striping has to occur as
Paving,
well.
striping.
So that would be.
I didn't know if they were doing the whole thing where, because like when Ocean City redid their lot, their big one at the inlet, they took into consideration location and, you know what I mean, the whole layout and scheme, trying to put more in there.
Maximize the number of spots.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, certainly if they encounter a spot where they're like, man, you're really not meeting your full capacity here, but for the most part, if you look around the lots that are in question, they're used to the brim, or people are already modifying them, and those designs.
And the big difference,
Carry forward.
the big difference is that Ocean City is working with a nice big rectangular space, whereas we're working with some very odd angles.
Commerce Street, they don't love that.
Yeah.
Love
And
it.
Ocean City has revenue for their parking.
Yes, exactly.
You know, conversation piece.
First, I'd like to jump back up to salaries and part-time help. We are 2 part-time help from last year has showed interest in coming back again this year. One of
Summer
them,
friends?
will be his 3rd year here. So, and they'll be driving, so that'll help us
Growing up.
see if we can let them on their own a little bit, you know.
I see them driving now.
Yep, so,
James.
I know. It's weird, isn't it?
Scary.
Scary.
Kick out in the
but that's a good thing with that.
Sorry about lawnmowers.
In the park.
We'll go down to capital layouts, carrying over a backhoe. Branch Street paving,
Jamie, hold on. So
Okay.
the backhoe is the carry forward, but we add in 25,000 to it. 125 is, excuse me, carried forward, funded by impact fees. 25,000 carried forward from fiscal '24 from state highway user revenues. And we add in 25,000 from highway user revenues for fiscal '25. So the amount is increasing to 175. It was before less 25 on fiscal '24 budget. And those items where you see the CF, that's the carry forward, you will see the same amount matching from contribution from reserve. That's the things I was mentioning when I was going over the revenues. The capital projects is a carry forward, we're advancing from prior year.
there's some other bush hog, small utility dump truck, Flower Street paving, Flower Street, Branch Street, and Schoolfield paving. That is still working with Jamie. Jamie has some water replacement valves and services that need to be dug up in the road. And we're working with, seeing what streets he has to help fund his projects to get them done, and then working with the paving to get them.
Complete paving or spot paving?
So the Flower Street would be from, what I have is from Bay Street to Schoolfield.
Okay.
When I drove from Schoolfield down to Cannery, that section seemed in fairly good shape, but from Bay Street to that point, there's a lot of alligatoring and it's deteriorating, a lot of potholes. Branch Street has another parts of some dips and potholes that it's not a smooth ride.
So you're just gonna, when you say Branch Street, you're doing the eastern side of Branch Street, not
Yes.
crossing 113?
Correct, from 113 to Schofield,
Got it.
Flower Street. And then, since we're in that area, we're hoping to do Schofield, because there's some water patch lines for some couple of the houses that were installed in there. So they were the streets that we had listed.
Cover with potholes.
So I have potholes and I have sinkholes, I figure.
Yeah.
So a pothole is where the road deteriorates and it creates like a 2 to 3 inch dip in the road, you know, like a pothole. The road is not there.
Like it is where Shell meets Branch.
That's, yeah, I consider that more of a, like a sinkhole or a dip because the
That's a
road,
pothole too.
the whole road, right. So is there a pothole
Is
there?
that a sinkhole?
Yeah,
Okay,
I understand the dip, but there's a pothole right
Alright.
at the corner of Shell and Branch. A big,
okay.
I have to go, well,
If you're in the Mustang, she'll get buried.
I don't want to lose my Mustang.
He goes around that.
Go around.
But yeah, 550, HURs are impact fees.
Okay, so I'm gonna go one by one.
Can you just give me that 550 quickly?
That's the impact piece.
Okay, thank you. And then go ahead. You can run down the list. My notes didn't have the F-550. Thank you.
I thought you were gonna lose your thought if I start
No,
talking.
I just needed that one filled in. Now you can go ahead.
We'll move on down.
No, you want to run down? I think it's important to note how they're being paid for.
Yes,
Go
that's
ahead.
what I was gonna
Okay.
go over, the funding after
Good.
Jimmy describes you with that.
No, go ahead.
So the first item, 175, I broke it down, and it's a combination of a carry from fiscal '24, 125 impact fees, 25 highway user, and 25 new highway user. Branch Street paving, highway user revenues, fiscal '25. Bush Walk, carry forward highway user from prior year, 8,000. Dump truck, impact fees, 90,000. Flower Street paving, highway user revenues of 150. F-150 is the impact fees, 63,000. Then mid-size tractor with the cat bucket, its impact fees of 60,000. Schoolfield street paving, highway user revenues, fiscal '25. Street signs, highway user revenues, fiscal '25. So the capital projects here, plus $5,000 for striping in the street repairs, equal 340. 213 is on the budget to be advanced from impact fees reserves, and then the remainder is a carry forward combination of. All that you will see on the contribution from reserve, whether it's impact fees or highway user revenues, if it's from prior funding, except 340 is the new highway user revenues as budgeted.
Thank you. Any questions about the capital outlay before we move forward? All right, go ahead, Jimmy.
We're just impact fees, sidewalks, cell phones. We'll have supplies and operations, again, we'll just be buying, small equipment and stuff. We are gonna start, Mary and I talked about, in the future, starting to look about using battery equipment and stuff. Battery saws and backpack blowers, and it's
coming.
it's coming. And then even in the building, we talked about too, is having potentially a backpack station, or a battery station that would be charging. At last year's MML, they had grass cutters that were battery operated, but they were twice as much as the grass cutter we just purchased this week. They're $40,000.
Yeah, and the batteries are battery life sometimes can be kind of scary.
One of the things that was discussed at the legit meeting that Kelsey and I attended last week, though, was that, excuse me, there is a mandate in coming
By
in 2035 that all new vehicles will be electric. So,
I'm sure that,
yeah, who knows how it's going to flesh out in the next 10 years. But when we build the Public Works building, we are going to keep that in mind.
Right.
Not necessarily install EV stations now, but install the infrastructure for that kind of thing. Rather
We
than
could
coming
probably
back
get-
in 10 years and having to start from scratch. Even if it's just conduits.
Yeah, I think the
and that sort of
conduit's
thing.
the best place to go.
Yeah, so.
And just have that at least roughed in so that we know that we're prepared. We could probably get some MEA funding for that.
Well, and that was part of what they discussed at Legit, was that there were incentives and different things. And keep in mind that this is not just as it applies to municipalities, this is for everybody. So
Well-
it's going to raise a lot of questions as it sort of comes into play.
There's a lot of
Take a look
costs you don't
to,
think of.
Yeah.
if we start headed down the electric tool route, take a look at maybe some best practices about how to store the batteries for the charging, because they can be,
And even,
Legit showed some very
yes.
disturbing
Yeah,
videos.
maybe if we place those strategically so that they're in places that are not going to be detrimental to a building.
They could be isolated, so that you kind
In a
of
cabinet.
isolate things, so, yeah.
well, even when taking those mowers and things, that if you go in those ways, like I called myself being efficient in 2020 and bought a battery-operated mower.
I love mine.
Man, you can't cut a lot of grass with that thing. You have to have a battery attached to your body in order to keep your grass cut. So really with that, just make sure you're checking to see if you can carry them, how many you can carry in your truck. Not that you.
Well, the level that he would be purchasing at, the commercial level, is somewhat of a different ballgame.
I think each
And it'll
year
be
they're
better in
getting-
10 years.
Yeah, so they're getting more
Yeah.
efficient every day.
Yeah.
And that's why we're kind of still holding off. And the cost kind of keeps us in that too, because like I said, the grass cutter is 40,000. Battery operated blackback blower is $300-400 more than a gas blower. So it's just the way of the future, and we'll keep an eye on it.
So put in for a Tesla pickup truck.
There you go.
But I mean, it's not,
Yeah.
just so that everybody knows, this isn't something brand new either.
No,
Like,
yeah.
in previous
No.
fiscal years, we've been looking at the cost of a traditional fuel source vehicle, we've been looking at the cost of an electric vehicle, and if they're comparable, which they have not been, we do seriously consider those. But if it's cost prohibitive and you're talking about the tools, the vehicles have been the same way. Right now, they're cost prohibitive at this level, so we're sticking with the traditional, keeping in the understanding that there are some mandates coming down the pike. So as we get closer to that timeline, it is something we need to take a more serious look at.
Also, when you're buying these tools, the brand makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Because the quality from one to the other is dramatically different.
Yeah, we understand not to, I'm not trying to, there's definitely different manufacturers that spend their quality of tool that we know we would only recommend getting, because you can buy 2 of these things and they're still not as good as the one that you
He's
buy
not
a
going to
little
buy
more
a
expensive.
$40 leaf
Right.
blower that I bought.
Yeah, so.
Thank you, Jimmy. Do you want to progress through the rest of the streets, or you go?
I think we're just down to,
So any questions for Jimmy regarding streets?
okay.
I had an overall question about your entire workforce. Because you have, like, within your umbrella, you have streets, public work, sanitation, and
Building and grounds?
building and
Parks?
grounds. So that's roughly 11 employees or 12, something like that. I was just trying to count
We have
that.
10, and then with our 2 summer help, it'll be 12.
Okay. I was thinking about that when I was thinking about just overall events and things and staffing, and when it's all hands on deck, it's all 11 or 10 that are at all times.
All right, economic development, Ivan?
Come to you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For FY '25, I present to you our draft budget. It's myself, full-time employee. Allison is a 32-hour-a-week employee. We'll go down to contracted services. There is actually no change. It actually went down this year for contracted services. Some of the things that our department uses that funding for is for the free carriage rides that are offered every December. There's drug testing. The farmer's market, fireworks is the majority, is the big chunk out of that, holiday activities. The website, entertainment and graphic arts, there's just a very nominal fee there. And all of the things that we do for the Welcome Center. The copier printer lease, we share a lease with the planning department, and we split that with the planning department. Travel, there's an increase every other year. It's required that we attend, that myself, I attend the National Main Street Conference. I am not attending this year. According to our Main Street designation, it's required to attend at least every other year. So that's why that travel budget went up. It also includes economic development and Main Street meetings, arts and entertainment district meetings, there's tourism meetings, there's farmers market meetings, and they all take place over in Annapolis. We'll jump down to sponsorships. My department handles all the sponsorships when nonprofits want a raffle basket or We just got one today to sponsor the NAACP baseball game coming in May, so we try to be accommodating and generous with our sponsorships. Go down to dues and publications. My department also handles all of the memberships with Beach Bay Heritage Area, the BMI Music. That allows us to have live music in the street. We are required to pay that, and that's for anyone. That includes the museum if they want to have live music, the Chamber of Commerce, even the speakers that play the music outside. So we're required to have that. And then the rest are just a variety of memberships that we belong to as a benefit to the town. Let's see. Christmas parade, no changes there. We went down in office supplies. That's due to some of the things that we needed this year, computer supplies that we no longer need this year. Printing, all of the banners, signs, posts, the postcards the residents received in the mail this year, brochures, event cards, merchant maps. That's all included in this year's budget. Advertising. The cost of advertising has significantly gone up in price, hence the increase in budget. There's been a desire to broaden our advertising to Delaware beaches, and we've been talking about that in our merchant meetings, and so that's why that is added into our budget. And marketing, those are for the reusable bags. Sometimes we are able to get grant funding for that. Most of the time, we do receive grant funding, but that doesn't cover all of the bags. Sometimes we do have to replenish. And just a variety of all the fun things that you see that my department does around town. The art projects for kids and the contests and things like that. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for Ivy? All right. Move on to the planning budget. Mary, do you want to throw a point? And
I'm actually going to let Natalie, she has had the more recent conversations about this.
Personnel cost reflects one requested position, and I don't know if Kelsey, do you want to help me with the description and everything?
I have not had a chance to really connect with Dave on exactly like his intention, but he did say he would like a planning coordinator or planning administrator, someone to help him with the office needs, which would free up him and Carolyn to be able to do a little bit more out in the field as far as any enforcement. Obviously, Kate has taken on the special project coordinator position, but until the administrative assistant role is, that person's trained and up to speed, she's still an admin. Yeah, that's pretty much what we have right now. And we do have a new hire starting in admin on the 15th. He's going to start April 15th, and then hopefully, yeah, congratulations. So hopefully that will, after a couple months, he'll be up to speed and be able to free up some Kate's time too. But Dave is looking for a planning administrator, planning coordinator, and we haven't gotten into the details of what.
Yeah, what's the budgeted amount for that type of position?
Well, we didn't have, that wasn't a position that was evaluated, so we kind of looked at it more like an admin assistant type of role. So I haven't really had a chance to connect with him on what exactly he's looking for that position to do, but that is what I put in here as a figure to be included for now.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
It is, and the intent at this point is this would not be a full-time 40-hour position, but it has come up somewhat recently, and we have not had the opportunity to really completely flesh it.
And when it is flushed out, could we come up with a job description?
Of course.
Well, and I think I do think what's in here does reflect a full-time
Oh,
40 hour.
okay.
I know we discussed.
We,
Okay.
during our staff level
Okay.
meetings, we discussed reducing it to a part-time capacity.
But I don't think we ever settled, so I think for now it's in there as a full-time admin assistant.
So could you include all of that in information in the presentation with job description and where on the org chart that this will fit and things of that nature?
Yeah,
Doing that.
I'll try to connect with Dave on what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's a challenging one for me, I will say, on the surface, because we don't, with Kate on this, the new position, I don't think we know quite what that resource is going to be for planning as far as helping. So I guess it's a to be continued type of conversation, but to me, it's
Very much so.
very much been uncertain.
He
And I
hasn't
think-
questioned this for the last couple of years.
Yes, but I felt like, I thought, at least in my head, we were kind of trying to address.
We were.
Ditto.
We were, and the intent had been for Kate to be able to take that on sooner
Yeah.
than this, but we did always indicate it would not be a full-time permanent
Yeah.
situation.
Right.
But shared.
But yes, shared, exactly. She was not going to move into the planning department.
Yeah, she's
full-time.
fully
Yeah.
budgeted in administration, so she would be helping
Right.
with David, Carolyn, and the planning office to get them, I guess, more on their feet with some of the stuff they're handling, so.
Now,
And
with,
I think that speaking to a lot of what we've seen in the budget for finance and bringing admin back up to 4 and planning, we're seeing the result of a town that's been growing over a number of years but has not experienced a large increase in staff resources. So we're at a level where we just have to start looking at how best to serve the needs of the growing community.
But we also have to take into consideration the allocation of those resources. It seems to me there has been positions changed and duties changed and all that kind of stuff. But somewhere, somehow, all that has to come together, and there needs to be a comprehensive plan as to what goes on in this building. And I really would expect that there be a conscious allocation of human resources so that we can get the biggest bang for the dollar related to what is happening here in Town Hall.
now with that,
And
during
that
our,
is what we work toward.
Yeah.
during our staff level meetings, we did discuss reducing this to a 20-hour-a-week position. I think to Steve's point and to Shanika's point, with the unknowns associated with how much assistance can be applied from the special projects role and understanding the demand, in the future drafts of this budget, I would like to see this as a 20-hour-a-week position for the penciling in of the position. How does the rest of the group feel?
Yeah, I mean, from an HR, I was just kind of concerned, I know from a management perspective, I really have a hard time finding part-time people. I'm not disagreeing because I'm not so sure she would be in the budget. You know,
Right, but I think the best
just-
place to start may be reducing that right this moment.
But with me, it all depends on need. And if there is a need for a full-time position and it can be justified, I think that's where we need to go.
I think that,
But at the same time, I really do expect that if we have a full-time position and if we're considering a full-time position, that is what is actually needed.
so what I will say is that the unknowns are the unknowns, that we don't know how much work can be applied from the special projects role that can alleviate the stress that's taking place in planning. We don't know if there may be a need either at some point in the near future to assist with some part-time work. So I think accurately reflecting that salary figure could be the best way to go. But to answer your question, between now and budget introduction, Kate really will not have the time in her role to really say whether that is needed or not at the full-time capacity level. So I think right this moment, what I would feel comfortable with is applying a part-time level salary figure there and getting still the position role, the org chart and things of that nature, but really starting at that part-time level.
I agree with the part-time, but we really need to hear from Dave as to
Yeah,
what this
absolutely.
person will be doing, what he expects out of them on a day-to-day, the job function, everything. That's key. Before we can really approve it.
Yeah, I agree.
A brief discussion I had today, he expressed a will to have a full-time position. He strongly believes that there is enough duties and responsibilities to assist with growing in the project and ongoing tracking and communicating between the engineering companies. But he also said he would appreciate if that position remained at least at half part-time. And I do agree, I have thought about requesting a position for my department as a part-time. It's really difficult to find a person who is willing to come either certain days or half of the day. And sometimes when you have an ongoing project, especially like we have right now with new rental license or ARPA funding, construction, public works building, sometimes you need that person, not just, we wear so many hats at the same time sometimes.
And I think we're all on the same page, and then we see that as a position of question. Right, that's what we say.
So
I would recommend to keep it as is. It's fully funded as a full-time. It's accounted in the FICA and all the other benefited amounts. If we go forward to introduction or adoption, we can always reduce it.
I think that moving into the future drafts, I think that voting, if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly, voting on a full-time position in this capacity is going to be difficult, I think. So I think applying future drafts with a 50% level of funding for this position, making sure we get the job description in line, making sure we get that placement in the org chart, and hearing directly from Dave, I think is what we need to get that funding across the board.
And I think
We'll reduce it by half, correct?
Yes.
I think the part for me is, I wasn't zoning out, but my brain was still trying to go back in conversation back to when we talked about the special projects position and parting, the splitting. And I know that we talked about this a minute ago, but in my brain, it's like, just keep, not that we don't need to add, but we don't necessarily know what special projects, not you, Kate, because you're special in yourself. We don't know.
In a good way.
Yeah. We don't know what special projects necessarily means. It doesn't, it's so undefined, and then I feel like,
I think it's clearly.
no, it's defined, but what I'm saying is when we first initiated that job, part of its time was going to be spent.
Correct, in planning.
Exactly, so now I'm befuddled because we're asking for another something here. So that's where I'm going back in my mental
That
Rolodex
still
to
could.
those
I mean, if we
conversations.
allocate for a part-time position, Kate could still have a function over there if needed.
I think there will be some function of assistance from special projects. We're not saying that's going to deviate, but I think that having somebody, there's special projects that Kate can help with, or anybody in that role, but without the planning skill set, which is something that we need a little bit, that you're not going to get that from the support that the special projects coordinator can apply, or really anybody in administration can apply for that matter. So what we're saying is that part-time capacity, test it to see how much we need, what that role looks like, where it fits in the work chart.
So with that person, I guess, and I don't want to keep us here all night long, but with that person, are we looking for a specific skill set, or are we looking at entry level?
Certainly, there would be a planning background.
Okay.
We're not looking at purely an administrative role there. It would be a planning background.
It would, this is my vision, I guess. You have entry-level planning positions.
I didn't
June.
I mean, I
Take,
don't know.
take this for example, we're getting ready to interview tomorrow for an intern that's got a planning background, coming out of school, looking for an internship that's unpaid. If there's a way that we can,
Say what?
yep,
When they graduate, they want to,
an internship that's unpaid to assist with the resume. And if we have the ability to onboard somebody like that in some part-time capacity, maybe that'll be a fit. I don't know, but
And I,
We really need to hear from Dave.
absolutely.
yeah, and I don't want to speak like, for Mary or out of line or anything, but, what the position that was originally budgeted for in admin was to bring us back up to 4 people. So we deviated from that in order to help Dave and Carolyn in the planning department. But I think ultimately, we still want to be back at 4 people too, because I mean, we're right now 3 people carrying the weight of what once was 4 people. So it's felt, and I think getting them the help they need, and having Kate focus more on like administrative projects is ultimately what I picture. But I'm not. I know when I started, we had a full 4 staff, and it was a lot smoother. So.
All right, let's get on to, I want to hear a little bit about the capital outlay.
Okay, for the introduction, we will adjust to the half, and then recalculate everything else in the personnel cost. Under professional services, from today's discussion with Dave on the phone, he suggested we're placing a commercial architectural design standards study. He said it's been discussed in the past, it needed, and it's been delayed, and it has to be done. So he asked to place $25,000 for commercial architectural design standards.
Would that be in addition to money we already have in place? Don't we have like 12,000?
Yeah,
No,
well,
that's-
I mean,
that's
this
different.
has changed since our staff level meeting.
That is changed to that at 4:30.
And the capital outlay of equipment's changed. So I'm eager to hear a little bit more about that.
So the impact fee study under professional services of 50,000, that's an estimate to do the impact fee study. That's exactly what it is. So professional services have 75,000. Those items are new. Impact fee study was in the original work session, but we were discussing potentially funding that study from impact fees. We were advised by Dave Gaskell that is not suggested. So as of right now, those 2 items, 75,000, is part of the bottom line deficit. They're non-funded so far. When I say non-funded, they're not attached to a revenue per se.
So now, speaking of
Contracted
those,
services, there is
let's stick with that for a second. I think there's going to be some heartburn with the requested amount for architectural design standards. I think, I'm not directing it
I
at
am
you,
not.
I'm just saying, I think there's going to be some heartburn about the total cost of the impact fee study. So I think that as we go through and look at those things, I think we need to come back and have that discussion a little bit about what those numbers could comfortably be at. for this
We're
project.
in the work session, that's what we're here to discuss, but what I'm trying to convey is the estimate was provided. by
And
what
this
we
isn't
have.
directed at you, I'm
So
just
I
saying
have
it for the
no
conversation about
records.
it.
Good understanding how much would it cost.
If you indicate that you are willing to spend X dollars on whatever, that is what we will put in the budget.
Right, and I'm just saying from the standpoint of the conversations I've had with the group, one-on-one, offline, I think those 2 items are going to need some attention this evening.
Okay.
Can you share again how these estimates were generated?
Impact fees, Mary.
I can speak to the impact fees. We reached out to communities via MML and received back some feedback from, unfortunately, fewer than we would have liked. but the indications that we got were from larger communities, and they were in excess of $50,000 in FY '23, or calendar year '23, rather. So we use the number of 50,000 as a placeholder. We hope it will not cost that much, but it is our best estimate.
And the commercial architect or design?
That's
staff?
estimate been provided by Dave. He said it was discussed in the past several times, and the planning department must have that performed for him to be able to implement certain fees in place.
So staying on that, so Dave indicated to me, this is going back to my question, that already in the budget is an amount, either 12 or 16,000, I don't have the exact number. He said-
Comprehensive plan for growth, is that what you're referring to?
Probably.
That's what that is. It was $20,000 of ARPA
It was
funds.
$30,000, we
Oh, was
have
it?
expensed,
Minus Daru.
So then,
Yeah,
I thought it was
there's
20 for some
21,000 left.
reason.
I can give you the exact amount. So fiscal '24 budget, it has plan for growth of $30,729. So the 21,000 is a carry forward, that's what I'm placing under the capital outlay equipment, 5255 line item, comprehensive plan for growth.
Can that please have a CF placed beside it?
Yes.
And can it say, comprehensive plan, carry forward ARPA, CF ARPA, and get rid of the growth part?
Get rid of the growth.
And just comprehensive plan, CF ARPA.
Mhm.
The 21,000.
The 21,000.
The
The 21,000, yes, and
Could that be used for a design standard?
21,000.
That's what Dave indicated to me, he said what it was for.
I think that it should be, that should be the available funds.
Right.
Dave is the department head that liaises with HDC and planning. I think that we start them out with the 21, and let's see where they go from there. That funding needs to be expended, and we'll let them know and remind Dave. So that needs to be expended in FY '25.
Yes, the ARPA funds.
Yeah, it's got to be
yes,
gone.
Yes.
Like, we can't carry that forward.
I understand, and it reflects the carry forward on page 3 on my advancement from reserve, the 21. That's there with the full description. You just want to remove word growth.
I would, if you can make it fit the CF and ARPA, I think that's
It
important.
will fit 4 more characters.
You could shorten that to
So,
plan, and everyone will know what that means.
Am I understanding correctly, we're deleting commercial architectural design completely?
I think that's the safest thing. Let's remove that and let them work with the 21 at this point. Is that how everybody, is that an accurate?
Yeah, I think we have a commitment. That's the only thing I'd worry about is removing it. Does that mean there's not a commitment? But I believe there is a commitment.
We want the commitment there.
Yeah.
We want to-
Just expend the 21 first, and then let's talk about what you
Yes.
need.
Yeah.
We're not saying you can't have it, we're just saying let's
Right.
do that first.
Yeah, no, I think Hartman is about the right call here. This 109% increase, more than doubling the budget department, and I feel like, I mean, I'm just coming off economic development, it was 0.88, and some of the others, and that's just, yeah.
Okay. Leaving the impact fee study as is right now.
No.
I don't know if that's, I think it's going to make it through in some way, but what's a number that this group feels comfortable with? I get the sense that 50 is not it, so.
I think it was 25.
So let's just say, if we do 25, we do the request for proposal, the chosen bid is 30. We find the 5.
It's a budget amendment.
Yeah. I mean, considering the deficit, just concerned about it, so I would be fine with 25,000 if consensus of the group is okay with 25,000.
25. I'd like 20 more, but I'll go with 25.
And then we're taking the impact fee study to 25? Is that the consensus?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you. With that being said, I think looking down at capital, I could
Mayor,
probably.
just a second. So the second part, Dave also mentioned today that the comprehensive plan, the carry forward to complete the study. And he said that he has an estimate of 75,000. He has asked to place the second part to be funded as a comprehensive plan for growth on page 32, it's 54,000. So if you are leaving 21, then I am assuming 54 to be removed as well.
Yes, I think that's the consensus, is that start with the 21 and let's see where we go from there. Is that accurate with the group?
Yes, I'm not sure I even follow what that is.
I didn't understand what Natalie just said.
Dave said 21,000 is not enough to complete comprehensive plan. Please add 54. The estimate to be completed is 75 total. He said also, I need commercial architect design standards to be performed. I need them to continue working, approximately 25,000.
So that's $100,000.
That's the conversation I had today. That's in the budget, it wasn't on a work session, it just got placed today at 4 o'clock after he called me. So if you're removing 54, you're removing 50 total for professional services. That's a decrease on the deficit of 104.
The only thing is with the 54, we're not saying no in its entirety. What we're saying is utilize, and not to you, we'll say the same thing to Dave, is to utilize the 21 first. And then let's see where that gets us, and then we will come back and
There's
revisit.
two different things, comp plan and design standards.
I understand that. What we're saying is 21,000 can be utilized for both of those projects at the discretion of the department head. And then once it's spent, let's figure out where we need to go from there.
But Dave wants to go to what?
So a minute
He
ago-
wants to complete the growth plan, the comprehensive plan for growth. He would like to complete it. He doesn't think the 21,000 will cover the cost.
He wants to go up to 75.
Correct.
Okay.
by adding the 54.
Correct.
But then he also want,
And the design standard?
That's a separate animal.
so
Totally
everything that
separate
we
thing.
just thought a minute ago, everything that we just thought a minute ago, as far as design standard going to comprehensive growth, is not what he meant.
Not the same thing.
Okay.
Two
That's-
different,
that's clear
apples and
enough.
oranges.
And I think part of what's confusing as well is that that capital outlay equipment line of 75,000, then the descriptions got split between two pages, so it's hard to follow.
Does everybody agree with placing the 54 on hold? I don't want to misrepresent where we're going with this, or do you feel like it needs to be kept?
I would keep that for now. Again, I want to see the 21,000 go towards design standards and seeing what we can do there. But also, we need to finish the comp plan, so we need funding for that.
So Jay, you're saying keep the whole thing?
Keep the 21 and the 54. We've eliminated the 25 up top, and we reduced the impact fee study to 25.
So I'm not following what's the logistic between renaming the,
Well, however-
earmarking the ARPA funds from the comprehensive plan to architectural study. Why wouldn't we just leave the comp plan for growth of 21 as it is, because it's ARPA carry forward? Then make a decision how much more we need to add to finish that. And the second decision, whether we're going to proceed with our commercial design study or not at all. That's two different
I
things.
think we all were on board with doing design standards and allocating funding for that. Whether we use what we already had, the 21, for that.
But 21, we already spent 8,000. We already started that.
I understand.
And
Out
now
of
we're
the
taking the
30.
21 and shifting to something else. That will never get done.
Yeah.
That's how I see it, unless I'm not understanding the two.
I'm between
My
now and the
understanding,
end
there
of
are
the
two
year.
different things.
If you have to spend it by the end of the year and you can't carry it forward, you can engage in a contract to
A contract at
to
that level has to be approved here.
Spend it by the 26th. We have
A
to.
contract exceeding what?
10.
Needs to be approved at this level. So, and I think we need
Technically
to,
needs to have a formal RFP process.
yeah, I think we need to better understand
What is?
what they would like to do, what the end goal is.
Yes.
I think we're all in agreement that we want design standards. I think we're all in agreement that we want an update to the comprehensive plan. I think where we are struggling to meet the same place is how much should that cost? And without having a real clear understanding of where we're at, I don't know if we can do that. And I'm hesitant to put 54 right away. That's something we don't know where it's going.
So may I suggest then, removing those line items completely and leaving the 21,000 as a carry forward?
Should we, is it okay with the comp? I think the comp plan, and I think to
You
Mary's
will
point,
need to
comp
finish
plan.
the comp plan. You already paid a portion of it.
What I'm saying is that I think to Mary's point, is relabeling it comp plan for growth, carry forward ARPA, and knowing that Dave has the ability to shift that toward design standards if he needs it, or toward work for the comprehensive plan. They're working toward the same goal. Don't you agree? Or am I missing something here?
It confuses me, honestly.
Yeah, we get the $30,000 comprehensive plan for growth, that was ARPA funds. Some of that is the dollar figure amount,
8,000,
89, was
and the deal.
for Daru to the Ani.
Right.
And unfortunately, we just don't have a deliverable that really at this point justified that expense, for the comprehensive plan.
But that expenditure was driven by a request from the planning commission too.
Yes.
So those things, really, this is for the planning commission to complete their work. I don't think it's really for us to say, spend 5,000 here and 3,000 there. This is for us to say, we've got 21. How do you want to manage that?
Right.
And I think that I honestly, in that verbiage right there, that's how this should be looked at, and wipe out 25, minimize that to 25 and get rid of the 54. Because otherwise, I know I'm not the only person sitting here confused.
No, I agree with
I'm
you.
looking at
I think your approach
$100,000 like, what?
I thought we could do the comprehensive plan, I guess not the town.
Well, I think that group needs to know what the available funding is.
$21,000.
And, right, and say, let's start there. And if you need some additional resources after that's been spent, because we're against the deadline, then let's have that conversation. But let's spend the 21 first.
But going from 21 to 75.
All right, so for future drafts, I think Councilmember Nichols summarized it well. Architectural design standards in professional services, please take that out. Impact fee study to $25,000. Then in capital outlay, keep the 21 with the carry forward ARPA designation and remove the 54, please.
That's what I said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You summarized it great, Natalie.
Perfect.
All right, anything else in planning we need to touch on?
No, sir.
Thank you. Anything from the group?
So wait a minute, Natalie.
Yes.
Take me back to the beginning, all the way back when we started this, and you said, oh, changes, and we were talking about $100 blank dollar deficit.
So by
Yeah, we're-
removing those particular items right now,
Yes, ma'am.
just give me a second.
It's 104.
You will give me 104 to be deducted against the deficit. So 166.
It's about 56,000. 57.
Right. Oh, no, 87.
Does that take into consideration splitting planning? I don't think it does.
No,
No,
not
doesn't
yet,
take into
that's what I was
consideration the
gonna
personnel
say.
discussion.
Okay. Okay, I was just considering here doing this, take away this, subtract that, add to that. I
And
just wanted to
splitting
make
that
sure.
will also get rid of the health care, and I bet you
Yeah.
the family plan, so, that's.
There will be other impacts with that, yeah.
Kelsey, what was the amount for the, remember?
Actually, I do have it, I'm sorry, yes.
So you can take at least just the salary half of it. Just give me half of what you have to be.
Hey, can you say that over there?
I have,
It'll go up.
I know, she keeps saying she feels like someone's taking her picture or something.
Paparazzi.
Yeah. I have 40.
Yeah, how special you are.
How?
Since we're
is
So we'd be at 20,000, yeah, 20,500. And then that healthcare plan is about, for a family, is
Like
about
they're all
20,000 plus
This-
the 10 or 8,000 for the.
It's well claimed. I think that's it. We just gotta get a little more.
It is hard without the.
No, they
To
wouldn't have,
speak
there's
to
no
that,
benefit. They wouldn't be a
the,
full-time employee, so they wouldn't have
The
benefits.
boards and
So it would be
commissions and
gone,
various
20,000
things
plus
asking
10,000.
staff, let's do this, why don't we do this?
Yeah.
So we put it in the budget.
Right.
And so you have to
Exactly.
remove about
You know, it's,
8,000
But
for
you,
that.
it's hard, it's very hard.
Right.
So-
No, that's all right. You wouldn't be reactive
20,000 plus
to
plus
would be
requests.
helpful,
salary,
though.
so
I mean, I have
about
been
48,000
the
total.
preliminary draft budget, but Dean and Steve did not.
That's true.
It would be good if we could see that.
I think that we were just waiting on some other numbers, but yes, I think sending out that original
Oh, I'm
draft,
sorry, should he continue? Sorry.
I think sending out that original draft could be helpful, but
Yeah, just so they are aware of,
I think so too.
it's hard to come into this blind.
Do we have another, or are we still doing math?
No,
Just for-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you.
Kelsey just brought up a good point. By removing half of the position, half, and making it a part-time, it removes the full entire healthcare. So just keep in mind to seek for a part-time person to work for Planet with no benefits. By removing half of the salary and removing the studies from the planning department and removing the total entire healthcare, that brings us down to $8,000 deficit, which we can close that easily by, when I recalculate the overhead. So at this point, I do not consider that we have benefit, but we also have parks and recreation to go through the budget.
Hold on. We can close that, but get rid of some of the trash.
What's up?
Go ahead,
Toilet paper.
I don't know, where did you go right now?
BY's
We
toilet.
still have a full department to discuss.
Yeah, we still have one.
We have parks and
Natalie, go ahead.
recreation to discuss.
Okay, go ahead. Well, did you have a comment regarding the, so the deficit rate this moment, rough paper napkin math,
$8,000.
$8,000. All right, and that is just for everybody up here, keeping the tax rate unchanged.
And
Correct.
hopefully, we'll see some of that made up with insurance rates.
Yeah. So I think at this point,
Yes, yeah.
So
I
in
include
the-
healthcare and insurance.
all right,
Parks and recreations, if you go to
And
page
Jimmy?
33, please.
and Kate.
There is regular contracted services it is, but there are new items being added under capital outlay equipment, and that's again a decision to make right now or later. You see your two projects that are funded by potential grant, that it carries the match of $58,216 for comfort station and the playground in both parks. You will see the big items of $240,000 and $266,000. There is a Stephen Decatur Park rope climber replacement of $30,000. And as the work session requests, flagpoles for parks, flagpoles for the town, and flagpoles for War Memorial. That full amount, $18,000, $13,200, and $6,000 also is, as of right now, is non-funded, and it was part of the deficit as a total.
Now, the staff level meetings with the flagpoles, correct me if I'm wrong, the intention there is to fundraise those flagpoles?
But for right
So-
now, I don't have an offset to that. I don't know.
So could we put the revenue item that says that they would be coming in as like a grant or fundraising through the what's the program that we have for the park? Naming, no, we have a naming policy or,
Yeah.
so that policy,
We have it.
saying that that would be the revenue source, and without the revenue source, the flagpoles wouldn't move forward.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. Would you be inclined to make it
I mean, I
contingent, that capital project contingent on revenue source first before
Right.
we place expenditures?
Absolutely, and I think that'll close our.
So then if she adds the revenue source, that'll end up being a wash.
But Jimmy knows that until we have the revenue source, we're not to expend the cost. Not that you would, but just so that it's clear. I think that puts us comfortably where we want to be.
Yeah, fair enough. So is that 2 new flagpoles at the War Memorial?
So Jimmy, you want to explain what the goal with the flagpoles?
So right now, at the War Memorial, we have 2 plastic 20-foot poles. And they don't have a chock at the top that's rotates. And the thinking is find some donations, and let's put up 2 new 30-foot or 40-foot aluminum poles. And the rough cost for them are about $3,000 each for them poles. You put a flagpole, they're up for 20, 30 years.
Well, I was just gonna say, I
And
think
they're
those
not,
were probably
but-
bought cheap 30 years ago,
Right.
so.
So the thinking is reposition them a little bit, and when you turn at Cheers and you start heading down, you'll actually see them flagpoles, the whole length coming down. So 2 30-foot flagpoles would really set that War Memorial off. Henry Park, or Stephen Decatur Park, we have the 1 flag with the 1 pole with the 3 bars, and we have a sign right out to the front there. The suggestion is, and that's fine to put like 6 poles in that area, redevelop that area to make it a nice exposure for the park, and to have some nice flagpoles that we could all put, like the flags we have up behind us here, that would dedicate. Right now, we're just running one on top of each other and that type of. And then same way with Henry Park too, to have flagpoles.
So are we allowed to ask for donations, or people have to wait? Or
We have a
or
policy.
Wait for?
We have a policy in place that allows for naming things.
Right, that's what I was wondering.
So the way that this would work is that this would be an added naming opportunity to cover the cost of the flagpole. That naming opportunity would run with the expected lifespan of the flagpole, and then after that time, the naming opportunity would expire.
I did have a verbal commitment from the Legion that they would, right now they were at $3,000 to donate, so that'd be 1 pole. So, we would just have to go out and continue to find donations.
I think that shouldn't be trouble. I think we can get folks to do the naming opportunities for the flags.
I did have one of our local concrete guys said he would actually help us install, he would donate his time to help install the poles, so.
So I think that'll put us at a surplus of about 29,000.
Once we fundraise the total amount. for the
Yeah,
flag.
I mean, because we'll show the revenue side and that'll offset.
Any other questions about the parks? The only thing left is I would like to briefly discuss the debt services.
Debt service?
General fund debt services, that's page 35. And I am breaking down it in the details just for informational purposes. The 2024 Public Works bond estimated amount as a principal of $50,000. And then the same thing, estimated amount for the interest. Once the rate's been set in April and we get the full amounts in May, I will know the exact amortization table, so I can adjust those amounts before we adopt the budget. Hopefully that will be lesser. Now, for the fiscal 25, we will be paying only 1 principal and 2 times the interest. That's why you see the interest is so much higher. Now, the general fund bonds principal and general fund bond interest, that's our existing bonds that have been carried for many years. One of the bonds for Graham Avenue projects that have been drafted many years ago will be closed in fiscal 25, so it will be last payment. That's, Mayor was mentioning that at the beginning of the budget.
And that goes kudos to your department.
Well, thank you, but it's funded. on
Closing out the bonds is a
Right,
good thing.
it's a good thing. There will be another bond closing on the electric side as well when we discuss it. But periodically, we'll look into if we can prepay, refinance, lower the rates. It helps, of course, with the bond interest.
Thank you. Now, before we transition to the fire company, we have them here this evening. I do want to say that thank you to all of our staff, everybody that's put in the time and effort into our general fund budget. We still have our enterprise funds. We began the evening with a statement saying that we started with over $200,000 deficit. We entered this evening with a deficit of about $160,000. We said that the advertised tax rate, has that been advertised yet?
Advertised tax rate will be in the newspaper at the end of this week, Thursday.
Have you sent the rate yet?
The rate will be posted, as we discussed, a penny up from.
Can we go, I don't think that there's a need for the penny increase rate this morning.
No, sir. It's gone already.
Oh, it's gone, okay.
It's-
All right. So then when we do the
It
introduction.
is just an ad, it's not committing to anything.
So when we said that this evening we had started the discussion with a penny increase, that's what you will see in the newspaper. What will be introduced will be a flat tax rate with hopefully the $29,000 item moved to contingency and administration.
With that said, I have prepared the real estate projections as well on assessed values with the current rate, with the increased rate. With a quarter of a penny, with half of a penny, and 3/4 of a penny. I'd like to have this page and review it for the introduction of the rate, even though at this particular moment, as you mentioned, we close in the budget with no deficit, but as a practice going forward, establishing the capital projects and not removing them and not reducing something, it would be a good practice to consider to have an increment of the tax rate. This is the main revenue for the general fund, operates pretty much the whole entire general fund, so we don't have to struggle if those funds could be allocated for future purposes of capital projects, street repairs, additional funds for any department that need, it would be very useful. And we're not talking about, you don't have to jump penny, you can jump an increment off, and that's the spreadsheet that I provided. It will give you an idea of what it generates. If you go to a quarter, a half, 3/4, a whole penny.
Thank you.
This is helpful, thank
It
you.
is very helpful. All right, let's have President David Fitzgerald and Chief R.J. Rhodes for the fire company discussion. And that's Berlin Fire Company and Berlin Fire Company EMS. Thank you both for joining us. Sorry for the delay.
People are disappearing.
We'll all be back, don't worry. If you want to hand it to Dean,
Be careful, be careful.
Trying to show off now. Jack's not here with us. We'll make sure he gets a copy of that. Thank you. Yeah, be careful.
Thank you.
Use the steps and stuff.
Thank you.
We should fill that hole with flowers.
No, I mean,
It used to be the state.
Mike, I get it. And leave it a little bit.
It used to be the state.
Mike, I get it. And leave it a little bit.
You want us to wait for seats?
I think we can start and then we'll pick up.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Council. We're just, the fire company budget is, the request, and you received the contract, is, just as we've been discussing for several years now, $200,000 for the operating and then $150 for the capital. The $200,000 would be flat funding. That's what was funded last year for operating. And then we received some ARPA funds, for capital. So the cover letter is just, we're providing those services, proposing to continue to provide fire and rescue services for the next fiscal year. From the quarterly reports, about over 40% of our fire and rescue calls are in the town limits. We don't anticipate any change in our operations with our apparatus and our volunteers for fire and rescue. And then, again, flat operating request at $200,000. And then your next page is the same format that we've done for many years, breaking down the last year's budget, where we are about 8 months into the year, where we are, and then the requested. Just breaking down so you see what our requests are and how we come up with those. And then the last page just refreshes everybody's memory on what those categories are. So the donations, just a slight increase based upon some history. We've had some generous people over the last couple of years, so maybe adjustment there. The fundraisers is flat. That's it. We only have the 1 or 2 small fundraisers. The main thing, as you've heard us say in the work sessions, is the conference center, the rentals at the conference center. So that goes into fundraising. That's how the county puts it in that category. So that's flat. The control burns vary year to year. The chiefs have no idea how many people may come make a request. So we keep that usually in that ballpark number of 2,000. That's a pretty good number. The county grant, as we've discussed, is a formula based on the tax assessments. The tax assessments have gone up. That is the projected number that the county has provided us. There still is the caveat, they do not know how many people did not receive their tax notice. So the county does have to give us that cautionary statement that they are still working through the state to find that out, the legislatures, if they have to pass an emergency legislation or something. But that is the number there. In the town grant, flat request at the $200,000. The fire response, that's the invoicing that we get very little from. The people just don't pay those. And actually, I should remove that. I sent an email to our account today because that should go over into capital. So the banking interest, while this year in 8 months, you see a humongous jump in that. All of the interest rates are up, and we have money in the bank that's sitting there waiting for the SCBA. So once that, so we brought that back to a reasonable number. We would not budget for next year what we received this year. And we never know what the interest rates may do. You've all heard about the Fed dropping the rates. So we have to budget within reason. The occupancy, again, that's the building, utilities. There is an increase in that. Again, as you hear us say, we have a 1965 building, a presentation to the membership. We have doors, exterior doors that we cannot get in and out of. One door at our boardroom. If you get locked in there, you better have a crowbar or something to get you out, or your cell phone, or come back in. Hopefully you didn't lock the door behind you and get back into the lounge/bunk room. So we are replacing that in our emergency expenditure this year, but the remaining doors, I was directed by the membership to budget for this year, for next year. So that's why you see that occupancy going up, and then also our LED sign out front. There's no more parts available for that. We've got notices from Watchfire that if that goes up, that will be off, and that's important for any fundraising that we do, advertising, the community events, emergency messages. So that's why you see the occupancy going up. The insurance is just the quote that I got from the insurance, the estimated quote. So again, as we normally do, refresh everybody's memory. Once we get firm quotes, we will send another letter to you all in May, just letting you know what line items may have changed once we get firmed up. But our request is a firm request of $200,000. Same thing with the office supplies and computer maintenance. It's about just a touch higher. We went through a new IT services provider who went through and did a great job for us. We have network equipment that's in place, routers and firewalls that are original when we put our network in. They're well over 10 years old. Cannot be upgraded. If they would go out, that'd be an emergency expenditure. Our network would go down. We need that. We have to do our fire reports and EMS reports on a cloud-based system. So that's got to stay in the budget. Cannot take that out. Professional fees, a slight increase there. We have other increases that Mr. Berge does things. He's very gracious to do donations. So does Mr. Moore. But our normal taxes and things like that, our worker comp audits, they're getting a little more complicated, more time, so I've got to allocate a few additional funds for that. Communications, the same, fire prevention. Apparatus, vehicle apparatus, that could come down a little bit. We had our chief engineer had some things in the budget this year, and some safety things we had to do with netting and stuff on the apparatus, so that's passed. Fire equipment supplies, it's the information that the chief provided to me today on equipment supplies. Fire equipment repairs actually went down. We had some things again this year that were due as, I guess I won't say we were whispering, but as we were talking with Councilmember Nur, he asked me about that 200,000, and I told him that's pretty constant, but you may say internal things go up and down. So like this year, things are due in occupancy, but they're not due, like our ladder truck, it's a 5-year test, so that can come down. So that's a good example for me to what I was telling you the other day. The volunteer incentives, again, that is in the physicals, that is something I wanted to hit on. Those incentives and things like that, or the banquet and some t-shirts and hats once a year for the personnel. A little bit of food sometimes when we have a meeting or we have many things going on where we know members cannot get home and they're coming straight from work. And the biggest thing there that, and I will tell you, it is not in the budget because I have to present a balanced budget, not only to you, but to the membership, is the cancer screening that may come about. That is $300 per person, just quick math, 300 times 50. That is not in the budget. So we are not sure whether that is going to be mandated to us through state legislature, OSHA, or national either legislature or the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, which that's a recommendation. But what happens when they put that in those recommendations and you don't do them? No, just for a lawsuit. Because then the person can say you're not following the professional recommendation of cancer.
How did you come up with that $300?
From a vendor, the same vendor that Ocean City uses is the same vendor that Worcester County uses.
So you have to use a specialized vendor?
Specialized vendor that does cancer screenings. They're familiar with the fire service and the exposures that fire personnel have to burning toxins and that type of thing.
It wouldn't be something you could reach out to the AGH?
So I have reached out to AGH, and they are investigating what they can do for us for our NFPA 1582 physicals as well as our cancer screening. So I have reached out to AGH, and who I reached out to is the same Kate.
Okay. Yeah, she's great.
So, yep, so she referred me to 10th Street. Then when I called 10th Street, they said, well, we're closed, the building's up for sale, we don't even know what we're going to be doing. So, and I also mentioned that to Ocean City, and
That's not correct.
I caused them to have a heart attack, so.
We have the hospital has an extended year lease there, but that's okay. Go with
So you all are on the board, you know,
Yeah.
but
That's a
the
community
person on the phone just
exception.
said, it's gotta go way higher than me, because we don't want to commit to things, more workload that, you know.
But when it comes time to it, maybe we can get a favorable price for that.
Yeah, so, again, that is not, I just want to stress that is not in the budget. That would be something that we would have to figure out. We've also made the county aware, of course, they're already aware because they have to do these same physicals for their fire marshal staff who go into these environments, these hazardous environments.
Does the 50 include your career personnel?
I just threw a rough number out there to you. We would have to do it for them too if we're doing the EMS budget. So that's the fire budget in a nutshell, the changes. And again, you know, it's a flat number, you know, 200,000. That's the same as we got last year, the same that we've talked about going all the way back to the study. So again, that's a flat number. That's what we need to operate. Anything other than that, we would have to be having the same discussion as we had last year about a prorated contract until you saw if you got a surplus from this year.
Can I hear that one more time? So you said anything less than the 200,000 would be a prorated contract?
We'd have to do the same thing because we could not make it to the end of the year. We would have to submit if you tell us that you're funding us at a lesser amount, we would just do the math like we did last year, tell you how many months that would get us through. There's no fluff in the budget. It is what it is. I've worked on it almost 10 hours a day. double checking numbers. The only numbers that I can tell you that are outstanding on this is a couple things I need to review with the chief, with the quotes that he has, a couple things with the chief engineer and our insurance. Other than that, this is pretty solid. I've got all the quotes from all our IT maintenance, building maintenance, quotes on the doors, but I talked about quotes on the signs. It's pretty solid numbers.
Thank you.
Pass them out if you want.
Yeah, I think we can get all of the one, I think, short ones, I'll take one for Jack. Shouldn't be off your
Thanks, Steve.
Exactly, just have to come here, Mary, you get to the end, don't have one, but you just.
Why don't we take Jack's and we'll make sure that he gets a seat.
No, I got.
Oh, yeah.
Was that one short?
And Mary.
No, maybe just give a copy to Jack of the.
Okay. We need two. Yep.
Oh, well, now I don't have to. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just, we'll make sure Jack gets it done. Can you send it to us digitally as well? Yeah. Thank you.
So the same thing, the cover letter just tells you, our proposal, to continue to provide emergency medical services for the fiscal year. About 60%, 60% of our calls are in the town limits. And we don't propose any changes to our operating, the 3 ambulances, the staff on duty 24/7, which is 2 paramedics and 2 EMTs. And then the items that we didn't include last year, but we discussed, and our employee committee had a pretty lengthy meeting the other night, and that's when you get in that 3rd paragraph. We have got to, number one, we've got to have an employee supervisor. We have 16 full-time people. Your HR director, I'm sure, tells you about supervision and span of control and that type of thing. We supervise our people as volunteers. I think we do a good job, 5 officers. But 2 of us are retired, but that may not be, because elections change. You get 5 of those people that are all working full-time jobs, and these employees are deserving to be able to get up with their boss when they need to talk to a boss. We used to have this position. It was removed due to finances. The other things with the employees, as we get into it, 93% of this budget is people. 93% of this budget is personnel. So not only about supervision, but their benefits, their pay, similar to what you're going through. You know, Mr. Burrell has heard me say it many times. We've had that step grade system and that COLA system, and that has kept the employees that are there. We have employees that have been here 35 years, 15 years, 10 years, 5 years, and we do have some new ones, 2 or 3 that are new. We do expect, turnover. At some point, someone will go, but we need to do our best to keep that step scale system in place and that COLA system in place so that they're not out job shopping at other entities. We know we cannot keep up with collective bargaining that Ocean City has. We try to offer different benefits and flexibility that sometimes a government agency can't do by being a nonprofit corporation with 16 full-time people. So, as I said, we can get together as a committee and get into some details. We don't like to get into a lot of details. We're not hiding anything from you all or the public, but it is strategies and stuff that we don't want our competitors to know about, and we don't want to give false ideas and things to personnel and have morale issues. But that, in a nutshell, is what the increase is. And again, personnel, I'll say it 10 more times, there's 93% of that budget that you're going to be ready to look at on the next pages
Dave, I'm sorry, what is your COLA for this year upcoming?
3%. And the way we always come up with our COLAs since 1988 is we, when applicable, and when I say applicable, when it makes sense, we do an average of the COLA. You all presented 2%, the county presented 4%, we have 3. So we try to do that because you fund some of our budget, the county funds some of our budget, we usually go in the middle. And when I say applicable, when there's times that 0, like the county gives 2 and we give 0, we don't average it to 1, that's pretty embarrassing. We do the higher number, we'll do the 3 or the 2. But in this case, it's 3% COLA because you guys proposed 2, Mayor and Council, Town of Berlin, and the county, Mr. Weston Young has proposed 4% for county employees.
And what's your step percentage?
So our step percentage, we've given you the chart, it's different for every employee, it's based on their years of service.
What does it average out to be?
I can't tell you, but I can send you the scale again if you'd like me to. I just don't know in my head.
You mentioned,
What would be the difference between 2 and 3?
So the first 5 years, I can do this in my head, the first 5 years are 5% for the steps.
my question is under your staffing amount, your staffing dollars, what amount is allocated for you said a new position, one new position?
One employee supervisor who would work Monday through Friday, and also for a cost benefit. And again, the employee, we have to get that far to get the person, but what the employee committee has talked about and what was done in the past, if that person who would work, a daytime schedule, if somebody was off on the day shift, instead of paying the overtime, that person's already there, we would just go from 5 people back to 4, when applicable. So it does have a little cost benefit.
How much have you allocated in your FY25 budget for the new position?
I will send that to you separately, because I know there's other people looking for supervisors, I'd like to not.
Okay, but at some point you need to also know that
Yeah.
we'll have that discussion with the number probably
Yeah, we
in
will.
public, the same way that we do with our
Yeah,
open staffing
we will.
positions.
Yeah.
So we.
And I've offered to send that to you, and I've offered for committee level, but again, we're not hiding it. We
Well,
just,
committee level is also public,
Yeah.
so either way, that number is going to probably become public if you want to seek some funding pathway.
So,
and I understand, we're not here to hide anything from that.
And we're just being the same
And I don't have
level,
that number right in front of me to give you the benefit number versus the salary.
and we want both, please, because the thing is it's the same level of scrutiny that we put on the level,
Yeah.
department level here.
And we offer that to you, no problem.
but with the supervisor, it would be six positions?
One position.
No, total.
No,
How many
one
would be
position, one
supervisor?
supervisor.
No, one supervisor, but the number of total positions.
16 people.
We already have 16 people
already
there,
have 16.
so we would have 17 total. So that supervisor would supervise, and that's why they would work a Monday through Friday schedule. They would see each shift, one shift twice and each shift once, and that way if there's any trades or anything, they would get to see everybody, every employee, they would get to see when somebody's on vacation.
How quickly can you get us that number?
And get you
Tomorrow?
tomorrow.
Thank you.
So again, the next paragraph, we just need to continue talking about the ambulance replacement schedule. So if you go to the next page, actually, this packet, I flipped the pages, so page 2 is the explanation, and page 3 is the actual numbers. So the donations, this year, you see the number slightly higher, did not increase it. As I mentioned in the last quarter report, we had a prominent person in the community pass, and that's why that number went up, because their family had memorial donations to the EMS. So that's a flat number. The EMS invoices, that's a flat number. We appear to be on track after 8.5 months. I talked to the billing company today to hit our number. We're going to be pretty close.
Do you set that rate, or do they set that?
It's a combination of two. We use their expertise. So every January 1st, they review the rates that insurance companies pay and Medicare and set the rates at the best benefit rate where we're going to get paid. Because Medicare has a lower rate and only pays 80%.
And they don't anticipate allowing for an increase this year?
They don't, because we're seeing more no transports in our calls, and you're seeing those in our reports. So the no transport calls are very hard to collect. The county grants increased, that's just because our call volume went up. Our town grant, again, the way we come up with this number is we do the budget, whatever that number is, we plug that in to make our budget balance. The banking interest, same thing, it's a little bit lower than what we've got in 8.5 months, just because of what we think the interest rates might do. On expenses, and then I guess I will point out the town grant, we put that as one number, and the contract we signed as one number. The mayor and council asked, you all decided a couple years ago you wanted to divide, you want to break out 2 EMTs. I'm just asking if that could go away. That is very burdensome on our side, extremely burdensome. It is not just simple punching something out of payroll and coming at it. We've got to look because they trade, there's people off, there's overtime. It is not, while we have computers and we have ADP and we have automated scheduling, it does have to, it needs a manual set of eyes to actually look at every day to make sure that report has come out right.
I actually brought that up earlier.
Okay, and then we have to generate, and was it maybe easy on your side? They proofread everything, and actually, I will thank staff, they found like a 2-cent error on our spreadsheet, they corrected it, so I appreciate that. I don't take offense to that. And I'm glad they did it. And I don't know what.
We also round your pennies up.
Yeah, so, and that's
what
why
we give you is a whole number, not a
right.
penny.
So we try to be exact, because we just want to be exact.
I'm sorry.
But trying to break these 2 people down. And the second thing I'll bring up is the 120, if you want to break that down, and you want to manage us as a line item budget, then that 125 needs to go up. It will not cover, and we will see that this year, the 125 will not cover 2 EMTs. It did the first year, because we were fortunate. One of the people didn't take insurance. Now we got people on insurance, and they're getting their COLAs and their steps. So I can give you what that number will be if you want to do a line item budget, but the 125 will not even cover the 2 people now.
But you're
I think
requesting
that-
to not have to do that.
So I'm just saying, add it together.
But the
You-
125 is also not, just for transparency purposes, we're not saying that we're covering the cost of your 2 personnel. We've earmarked $125,000 in this budget so far toward the cost of your personnel, just as an FYI, so that we're talking about the same thing.
So if you're doing it toward the personnel, then I would say our bookkeeping should cease, and we just tell you, and we did change the contract to say if we ever had time when there wasn't 4 people working, we would notify you of such. So, and you can look at the contract, that's why we worded it that way. Just put the money all together, and we'll still be very honest with you.
Do you have an updated copy of the contract?
We turned it into February like you
Yeah,
asked.
I've seen it.
I didn't know if there were future
We
changes.
weren't
that
talking
were made.
about the contract tonight, so we didn't know.
No, that's fine, you said the updated contract, I just want to make sure that we're working on the most recent versions together.
So now we're into the expenses. It's at, as I'm sure you've heard from the other department heads and the finance personnel. Good.
I'm going to go back.
All right.
I'm going to go back to what you just said about you would notify us if 4 people were not working. So then what happened?
Just the same as now, it's in the contract now that we are required at our quarterly meetings to tell you if there's any day when there's not 4 personnel working. I think we've only done that 1 quarter when there was like a 3-hour break when a paramedic went home sick or something. That's been ages ago. Because 4 people work, they hold over, whatever we have to do, the chief does it, I do it, people have to stay. It would be a very unusual circumstance. The only example I can give, Mr. Burrell, is if right now somebody called the chief and said, hey, I'm sick, I gotta go home. What he asked him, and what I asked him is, can you please stick it out for an hour or 2 hours till we get somebody there? Most are okay, but if they're, I don't want to gross anybody out, if they've got some sort of issue in the restroom where they gotta go home, they gotta go home.
And that has only happened once.
And that's only that I can recall, since we've had the contracts where we're supposed to report that, I think we've only had that issue one time. It was paramedic, it wasn't even EMT. So back to the expenses, the medical expenses, as I said, probably same thing you hear from your staff. These are costs. They go up because of using supplies, the transports go up, as well as the cost of the products go up. And then this year, the EMS captain's advised we've got some equipment that needs to be actually replaced. That goes in our medical supply account. It's not capital, it's not enough money to be depreciated. The office and computer up slightly, same thing. We've got one network switch. We do divide out our IT budget between fire and EMS. So one of our network switches we get charged to EMS. Professional fees, same as we told you for the fire company. We gotta make sure we allocate enough funds for our accounting costs and things that the county has to assist us with. The career personnel, we'll explain that, but we'll go through that again. That's the steps, the cost of living, the health insurances, and that EMS employee supervisor, keeping our pay competitive with our benefits and funding everything in there, including our retiree health insurance that's in there. So last year, you see the big jump last year. You look at the cover letter from last year. We did not include that in the budget, but we've got to do it like our employment committee met. We have got to put everything in the budget to show both you and the county and the public what the actual need is to operate this service. The training went up a little bit. Some of our tuition costs and training went up. Volunteer incentives is the same for that. The building, it did go up some. We need some new things in the bunk facilities. Those bunks are slept on just like your home bed, 7 days a week, multiple size people, so we do budget to replace those bunks every so many years, so they're scheduled this fiscal year. The medical equipment needs repair actually went down because we've got the new monitors and the new AEDs, so the service contracts come down a little bit in those first years because they shouldn't need maintenance plus a warranty. So you see that's actually going down a little bit. The insurance is going up based on an estimate provided. That insurance for the EMS, that's the 3 ambulances. That's our professional medical malpractice liability insurance. And then the vehicle expenses, that's going up a couple $1,000. That's on historical data. As the ambulances get older in years, we have to budget more people on the road. So that's the EMS budget. The one thing that I don't have in hard copy that I figured Mr. Horace would ask about, but I will have that, is the specialty vehicle, the event vehicle, and I want our EMS captain who's working his regular shift today to take a quick look at this before I set it up. But it looks like a vehicle like we've talked about, and I got fresh prices except for one today, about $55,000 to $60,000. 3 of these prices, the UTV, the skid unit, and the modifications for the lights, whatever you need to be on it for nighttime events and things. They gave me all retail prices. So when we're ready, I don't like to drag vendors through the coals, make them do what I call solicitation prices until you all are ready. When you say you're ready, you've identified some rough funds, then we'll go back and ask these people to do a formal solicitation with government or nonprofit, because there is a difference between the two. Sometimes government gets the better price, sometimes nonprofit gets the better price. So, but we're still at the $55,000 to $60,000. If you wanted a unit, and again, I'll defer this to the EMS captain and the fire chief. Unit like I showed you, like down in Dunedin, Florida, you're talking 20 more thousand, talking about 75,000. I called the company today. Again, I didn't have him do a hard quote, but he told me about 75. I think for the number of events, again, that gets into operation, so that I'm ahead of the person. When you get down to that, if you want to talk between the two, let the chief and the EMS captain meet with you guys.
I did encounter a mule the other day. It's an open cab, but it had the drop-down sides, so you could somewhat get out of the elements, but it's not a full temperature controlled cab. But maybe that happy medium. But
And that's why I think the lower unit, have the front part climate controlled, and the back just have that.
Or with the size that can be.
So that's the budget. If you look at the last, the other page that's in the packet is the updated, what we promised you, the updated cash flow, where we were told the other night, the 15,000 was over 3 years. But at some point, as you see, we penciled in, we'll call it pencil typed in, the town getting up to match the county at 75,000. We did the first 3 years at 15. As you see, there's still going to be bank loans involved that did not run a banking institution through giving me an amortization schedule or estimated interest rate, because we wouldn't have to borrow the money until 25 anyway, and they have no clue what the interest rate will be in 2025. But, you know, we know we're looking at a bank loan, and again, we need the town to do that. And my closing part of that is the same as we've said before. And we heard the last part of the finance director's conversation as we were in the room, is the impact fees, you know, every building permits the missed opportunity.
So now EMS, your request was 605,
Yes.
and fire, you made a caveat saying there would be a prorated level of service for anything less than 200. Does that stand for EMS?
So EMS, what we have to do is if you give us a number less than the 605, we will have to tell you what we would cut. For example, we would have to cut the employee supervisor, we would have to not give COLAs, we would have to not give steps. So whatever number you come back to us with, that's what we do every year. We tell you what we would have to cut.
So now,
Just like you would do your department head.
well,
Like
you
you just told him about 21,000 for the comp plan, he's gonna tell you how much he can get done.
So now, with the numbers that are requested from the fire company, I'm looking at a total of $805,000 between both entities. Last year, you were funded at $525. I'm showing an increase of 53%. I think that that's a difficult lift, as noted your example, right, with planning. There was an increase, as a difficult lift to do all in 1 year. So to your point, it's what can we accomplish together and what can we look to the future with? How do we overcome that deficit?
Yeah, and the fire is a flat, so you like to add the numbers together, and that's fine, but
I mean,
I will reiterate that the fire company is flat funding from last year. We got 200 for operating last year. How you got there, that was, like you said, you don't micromanage our line item, we don't micromanage yours, we get along, and we provide reports.
We're not saying that we're not getting along. We're just saying, how are we making this numbers game work? You know what I mean? Like, we have revenues and expenditures. You all have the same thing. You have the same obligation that we have, presenting a balanced budget. How do we get there together? That's what I'm saying.
So out of my head, you're what, 80,000 on the fire. She said you were 30 in a good, and a tax penalty is about 55,000. That just balanced the fire. I just balanced the fire for you by your head and your surplus you just had. So, so there's your fire. There's your fire.
Just like that.
Just like that. So the EMS, I understand it. I understand it.
How we overcome it?
I understand how we overcome that. That's something that, again, you needed priorities. Priorities are, and when you throw a number back at us, if you're going to tell us flat funding, if that's the number you're telling us, we will give you, like we always do, because again, tomorrow I can shoot you the EMS supervisor, but I can tell you after I meet with the employment committee, because I have to get direction from them on what items they want to prioritize to cut, we will tell you what the effects of that cut would be.
So my question to this group, being the council, how do we overcome a difference of $279,000? Crickets.
That's the challenge.
And like I said, we're here to help you. if it helps you to provide some breakdown of those numbers, we would do that. I have to meet with the employment committee, so we put that in a priority order for you. We're willing to, I mean, we're here to work together. If that helps you make decisions.
I don't know if a $279,000 increase in 1 year is achievable. I think we can all agree that that's probably not a lift. that can
So
be-
that's what I'm saying. Let us meet with the employment committee.
Is that accurate, or how do you all feel?
That's gonna be a challenge, I hit that.
So let us meet with the employment committee and let us give you some numbers on what each thing, the impact of each number is, so that you can, and we'll put it in a priority order, what we think is first, second, third, fourth, fifth.
For fire and EMS?
For EMS fire, I can't do fire, I told you that budget is, that is what it is, there's not things to whack, you just can't whack things out of the chief's budget. It's a prorated, your electric bills are monthly, it's a prorated thing, there's not just things to just take out of the budget, willy-nilly. If it helps you make decisions, I will.
When do we meet again, Sarah? With the fire company?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
We will meet the last quarter in April, but you have another, I think I looked at the schedule, you have another budget work session in 2 weeks, so if you can give us, so if you can give us that, maybe till that Thursday before that Monday, so we have time for the employment committee to meet and get you those numbers in a priority order.
I don't think their next meeting is until June, right?
The next quarterly.
The next quarterly meeting will be the last Monday in April.
So now, I don't think that's accurate.
We just had one at
Well,
the end of March.
So you've got 2 different quarterly meetings. You've got the quarterly meeting per the contract, and that is always the last Monday after a quarter ends. So the quarter just ended in March, so we will meet with you and give you a quarter report on your last meeting in April.
I don't know if that's accurate with our, you're talking about in the regular session.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, we're mixing 2 different things.
And that's what I was just saying. And then we have the quarterly strategic planning meeting.
That's
That will not be until June. Right.
okay. So now, Kate, when do you need we're going to need it by next Wednesday,
I will send an email
right,
to
Kate,
you walk out this room.
for the utility fund work session. If we're going to discuss what that looks like to try and meet the funding requests of the fire company and fire company EMS, we need that by next Wednesday.
Yes,
fine. I knew. That's fine. Noon next Wednesday. And if there's any wiggle room on fire, we'd like to see that too, please. And it's not that just for all of us, so that it doesn't get misconstrued, it's not that we're not trying to reach the goals. I think we're all there. It's that how can we make the lifts manageable year, we're trying to get to our end goal. So,
Just so I'm clear, when I look at the revenues and the allocation from the county, that has increased from 947 to 1,043,000. Right. That's like $96,000. But when it comes to the town of Berlin, your request went from $400,000 to $600,000. That's an increase of $200,000, which is twice as much as the county. That's increase.
And the difference in that, too, again, is we don't make a request to the county. Theirs is a formula based, so we don't really make a request. That is, as we explained, that is math. And we have been talking with the mayor and councils since at least 2010 about increasing, and we provided the charts, I just didn't provide this year, of the EMS budget when it's personnel, just like you see, it is going to go up every year. It cannot continue. And we did get I have a chart in front of me. I do know the town did a pretty sizable increase with the one, I believe it was with the 125. couple of years, last couple of years, so.
And our capital increased drastically.
So,
We allocated, what, 220 in ARPA to fire and almost 48,000 to EMS.
this is.
And just so that we're all on the same page, another $45,000 over 3 years for ambulance replacement. And we did, of the 220, a portion of that was used for, oh, I got a nice little friend up here.
I flipped him over here.
What's that?
I flipped him over here.
I'm afraid I'm on Washington. RJ, yeah.
Send it my way.
Sorry.
Might be stung by a bee.
It's not that, it's on a.
It's over your armpit, Pete. It really is. Yes, it really is.
I don't even know.
It's over her armpit.
Good job, Mayor, good job. You
Poor Kate.
done it.
Somebody's gonna have
Sorry, Kate.
an anaphylactic reaction.
Okay. You know how to treat that, right? If not, you know. So where were we?
You were talking about
220,
the capital and the
yes, there was an
operating.
advancement for principal payment for the new fire engines.
And we appreciate that.
I know, I'm just throwing it out
We
there.
appreciate that, but, you know, we do, in all respect, operating versus capital. The operating has, for the EMS, as council, member there asked me the other night, the fire looks like it's pretty steady. It's been pretty steady with the county. That 250 has been that way for a lot of years, and we've all survived, not only our fire company, every fire company, but the EMS, when your budget is 93% personnel, you gotta take care of those people. If we don't have, the ambulances are important, and that's the capital, but if you don't take care of those people, that's.
But it always concerns me that the folks that live here in the town of Berlin are actually being hit twice. They're being hit by the county, and then they're being hit by the town. And to hear you say that if things doesn't come up, well, you're gonna have to adjust services that are being provided. And my question is where are those services not gonna be provided when Berlin residents are part of the county? So will you stop providing services outside of the town limits and exclude Berlin County residents in the delivery of those services that you're talking about adjusting?
For the EMS, so I hear what you're saying, and I'll equate that, as I've done years before, to the police department. All of us in town, who live in town, are paying for the police department. At tune of that budget's like $7 or $8 million. The town chooses, because you don't want to wait for those people that may be employed by the county, which are the deputy sheriffs. The mayor and council and the taxpayers choose to fund the police department at over $2 million. I'm not looking at tonight's budget, but over $2 million, because you want the service. So I think the same thing would happen there. The staff, the EMS staff would be cut back. I'll just make an example up here. You would go back to one crew, and I don't know how we would do it. I hope that never happens.
You started the discussion with not wanting to scare your staff.
So no, I'm trying to answer this question. So how we would do that, I couldn't answer that. Would you say, I don't think you could do that. I think you would just, you'd have just one crew working, and they would answer whatever call came in first. So we would be back like we were when we went to 2 crews. You'll be somebody, and the somebody is somebody in our district, would be waiting for an ambulance for the next company. I don't think we would be able to do, Mr. Burrow, all due respect, no, we're going to cut the town off, or we're going to cut such and such street off. it would just be, the personnel would be less number of people, and when the call came in, they would go answer that call, whether it was in or out of town. And when the next call came in, we wouldn't be available, just like the Berlin Police, they've only got so many people.
Yeah.
If they've got 2 calls
But
going
they're only
on,
being funded by
they
the
have to
town
wait
of
for the
Berlin.
sheriff.
And that does exist.
And that does happen. And
That-
that's why we all have backup companies. But as the police chief probably does, not probably, he does, he schedules his people to the best of his ability, how many people are working based on what he thinks is going to be a busy time. And that's what we've done, not only internally with our officers in the county strategic planning, we said we need 2 crews. So if the funding got cut, we would have to adjust that level of service, and then just, as the calls came in, I don't think, there's just no way, Mr. Burrow, I just have to chuckle to say, we're gonna cut off the town, or we're gonna cut off the county. It would just be, you're waiting for, you wouldn't have as many people, and just like with the analogy of the police, when you only have 1 police officer working, the second call, somebody else has gotta come help out the police officer.
So how does that call get diverted?
So it's done by a computer system by mapping. So if it would be in the north side of the town, Shao would come, northeast side of town, it would be
Closest unit.
Ocean Pine, closest unit, south side of town, it may be Newark. If Shao's out, if we're out and Shao's out, then it may be Ocean Pine, Bishopville, or Willard's that come. That's geographically by computer.
But that's not clarity to me, and I say this, I'm not gonna say with utmost respect, because usually when people say that, they're being disrespectful, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be, but what I'm saying is, when you just sat here and compared the chiefs of Berlin, the Berlin Police Department budget to Berlin Fire Company, you can't, or even Berlin Fire / EMS, you can't compare them, because your entities are being funded by 2 separate sources. They're not. They're only being funded, unless I'm missing something, they're only being funded by the town of Berlin because they are a department of the town of Berlin. You all, I love everything that you do as far as, providing the services, and I don't want that to change, but I don't want anybody out there to get it twisted. That's apples and oranges. You all have 2 funding sources. You do. You service more than just the town of Berlin. And when a call comes from Berlin Police Department, they have to come to Berlin. If they get outside help, it comes from the county or whoever comes to them next, be it the state or the county. But they don't get funded from anybody other than us. You know what I'm saying? Other than grants and those kinds of things. So when you say it's just like the chief's budget, it really isn't. It's not the same. And I just wanted to say that part just to be clear, because I don't see it as clear. And if I'm wrong, please help me understand.
The other side is, David, when you answered Vice President Burrell's question about adjusting the level of service, it was personnel-based, which is EMS. And in your presentation, you mentioned that if there was a lapse in coverage, the deficit would occur in response to fire, which is volunteer-based. So how do you see that happening in the event that there is, based off of my calculation right now, 5 months of unfunded service? How does that look for Berlin?
Well, for the fire, that's what we'd have, right, yeah, we'd have
That's
to
what-
figure out. Yeah, that's just math. So to answer your question, so if you take our budget and 60% of our calls are in the town limits, so I can use the analogy you used, Berlin PD's all the town. If our service costs $2.2 million to operate at 60% in the town should be funding $1.3 million. We're not asking for
But
$1.3 million.
But even that call volume, I think, is up for, I don't want it to be misquoted, because.
Well, I know you want to knock out.
No, I just want
Dog Creek.
I
But you
think
certainly get the $111,000.
That's
when the tax bill
misrepresenting.
comes out.
Yeah, that's misrepresenting my statement, and you know that. We had a discussion about a funding formula, which is a request from the fire company. You mentioned in your presentation you would like us to work toward, and we're open to working toward that. So in your reference just a moment ago, it's inaccurate in the sense that you know that we're looking at those calls differently because of the way that they receive funding. It's not that we don't want to fund them, it's how do we fund them. Now, I asked the question a moment ago about what that funding, lapse in funding service looks like for fire that you mentioned a moment ago. Can you please explain that?
We can't, other than we would prorate it. That's all we've been able to determine with the officers when we sat down before, and our accountants, is to prorate it by month.
And what I'm asking is, when you say that, what do the 5 months right this moment? I know we're trying to find funding.
So you're saying the
But-
uncontracted 5 months?
Yeah, what does that look like? That's what I'm
That's
asking.
something that we would have to sit down with our leadership membership and say, okay,
Because
where
that was Vice
do we go
President
from
Burrell's
here?
question.
Because, I mean, that's not a decision that David or I can give you right this minute.
I think in
you know,
whatever,
And I've kind of been a little bit quiet, but you keep saying $220,000 in capital, that's not exactly accurate either. You allotted $220,000, we truly only got $113,000 of that in capital. The remainder of that 220 that was set aside for capital actually went into our current budget cycle.
and that's an accurate representation. I apologize for that.
No, it's just, the $200,000 flat, you know, is what we need to operate, it's what we need for equipment wise, and truthfully, to be honest with you, we need more than that, but we're trying to produce a reasonable request to the town. We understand you can't make the giant lift all in one shot, we understand that. We're trying to work with you guys, just like everybody else in this world right now, we're seeing dramatic increases. I just read an article today that the cost of a fire truck has increased over 100% just since 2012. So a fire truck's doubled in cost in the last 12 years. I truly, and I'm with every fire chief in this county right now, we're all trying to figure out what the next gameplay is. The county's increase comes to us from the formula-based program that we've all had many discussions on. We have shown you that if we went to a formula-based program, that our request or formula revenue would actually be more than what we're asking. It's just, it's coming, we've got to operate a business, we want to provide the best services that we can, and business is not the proper word, I guess, but we're running it like a business. We've got to provide the best service that we can. We need the funding to be able to do that appropriately.
And all I'm saying is that we're not asking you all to do anything that we haven't asked. Now the room's a little bit more sparse, but everything that we've asked that group to do already. And we're just asking the same thing. We want to understand what it looks like, what the impact is, same exact stuff that we ask anybody else.
And I'll just give you a brief example, and this is just one minor example, but, you know, at the end of that 7-month time frame when our accounts run dry and our fuel tanks run dry, you might get one fire truck instead of the 5 that you need to put out a house fire. Somebody's house is burning, they're gonna be waiting for a mutual aid company because we don't have fuel in our tanks. And that's just a minor example of, you're asking how it's gonna affect us. That's what it's gonna boil down to.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of, I'm going to say on behalf of the citizens of the town of Berlin, we appreciate the jobs that you fellas do. And I want you to know that we are of the impression that you provide the best services possible. And we want to fund you at the highest level. But the highest level that the town can afford and continue to operate as a town, we're gonna want you to know that we're gonna do our best.
And we appreciate that. We know you got a tough job up there balancing, just like we do. Like I told you, I spent all day on these numbers, double checking, triple checking, calling people on the phone. The same as you and your staff does, because we don't want to ask for any more than we need. And we want to give you the justifications for those. So like I said, especially the fire, we're pretty solid there. The EMS, we can give you after we meet as the employment committee and prioritize. You can't get to the 605. What is our priority to get? Because again, with 93% of that personnel, we know we can't stay flat and do what we need to do for our people. That's just,
And we're gonna do our best.
and that's all we ask. And it's like you want us to do our best.
Any additional questions or comments for the fire company or thank you? Thank you both.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, up next are comments from the council. We'll start with Vice President Burrell.
This is a heavy lift.
Which part?
Just for. It is a very heavy lift. And I always go back to this, the absolute certainty that their statements are related to staff.
What's that?
They'll get ready, what hearing?
Nobody can-
Speak in the microphone.
Say what?
It's not for me, it's for the public.
But
I can hear you.
I always go back to how certain Dave's reply is as it relates to staff and staff benefits and staff salaries, staff increases. I want us to grow to that certainty when we're asked those questions. And it just always amazes me. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurd.
I'll just say it's nice to see this budget process, the beginning of it goes so much easier than previous years.
Yes.
So kudos to Natalie and staff and everybody that worked on it. And thank you for finding us all that interest money. That was a big bonus for the town and the residents, so it was great. Thank you.
I just have just one more thing that I missed. Natalie, you have got to be a spreadsheet whiz to keep up with where all of these numbers go.
I need a little helper, that's what I'm asking for. I need mini-me.
You know, you have got to be a spreadsheet whiz.
I have just one more thing too. It'd be nice if we could request from the fire company, without putting names to it, but maybe their step and grade system, how much they're paying in pensions, all that stuff.
It's public information.
Right, but it'd be nice if they,
It, just like we're publicly offering our information, it's
Right.
a simple request.
yeah.
There is no names need to be attached,
Yeah.
but the position,
But
the
they've never submitted
description,
that.
and everything else.
They've never given us that.
So just so that we're clear on what the request is, what is it for? The
Just like we have a
position?
solid understanding of our pay system with staff, with our step and grade program, how much each.
I wish you would've brought this up at the very
I know, I should have,
beginning.
but I didn't want to believe the issue.
That's all right.
FICA.
How much they pay for
Inflation, all that
healthcare,
kind of stuff.
per member, and pension, retirement.
Can Kelsey help us structure that email to them for the request? To break it down the way that she breaks it down, Mayor?
Sure.
All right. Councilmember Nichols?
Tonight was very productive.
Thank you. Councilmember Green?
Yeah, I do appreciate the transparency. I think the budget, I mean, I was feeling pretty good until 30 minutes ago.
Well, they gave you the solution at the end, so.
The 1% tax.
I'm sorry, I've been sarcastic. No,
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
They solved fire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, and you asked, what's the solution? We don't have a easy solution. And, I know the solution is not to prorate a contract that's, we don't have 5 months without fire service. And I'm sorry that, that was played last year, we heard it again. But I'd like to, hopefully we can have some wiggle room. I don't know what it is. I have to really think long and hard. And I know you guys think long and hard on these budgets. I know it didn't get to this point without a lot of deep thought and a lot of, considerations. So I don't have an answer, rambling, but I just do feel good about 80% of the meeting, and I think we made some good decisions. You know, I do appreciate the spreadsheet too, showing what the tax increase, even if it's cut in a quarter, like last year. Yeah, so I'm bringing on one, but I appreciate all the efforts that went into tonight, and I think the process is good. It's a transparent process for the citizens to see how we go about it. We literally are going through it line by line, so I think it's can't get any more transparent than that. So thanks for everybody's efforts.
Can I be like the others and add one little piece? And mine's gonna be short. I hope,
Not just you, I'm just asking.
I hope to
Sorry.
goodness that people who pay taxes in this town, who live in this town, are paying attention to these things. Because, and you need to watch these things to their entirety, even if you gotta stop and come back later, because some of the things that happen, especially in this process tonight and in the next few nights, this right here is some important stuff. And you don't want to miss a minute of this, because this right here is what makes or breaks your opinion, folks, on what goes on and how this town is funded and operated. I hope, if you're watching, call your neighbor and tell them watch the video. No joke. This is no joke.
Vice President, you have something else you want to know? He tapped me, that's why I said, did we pack dinner? Yeah, we're going to review council comments.
Understand how the town of Berlin residents are county residents. And how can you say services outside of town may be different from within the corporate limits of the town of Berlin when it's all Worcester County?
That's a good question.
I can't understand that.
I'm glad you asked it then and now. I'm glad
I
you did.
really can't
I
understand
don't think
that.
that's what he said, though. What I heard is if he
We
doesn't
wanted that
have
footage.
enough to fund that entire budget, he might have to cut a crew over the years, which then would affect service everywhere, not just.
But that's why we asked for clarification. So his comment, and I don't want to misrepresent them without them being in the room, is, as you just said, staffing based. But the initial comment was that if there's not enough to fund fire, they're going to prorate the service, which leaves 5 months unfunded with the budget that we just discussed. But we didn't get a real clear answer about what that looked like.
But is
I ain't
that,
come up with 5 months. Let's do the math.
is that unfunded throughout the county? No.
And just for the sake of it, EMS was unfunded for 4 months, prorated. But
I don't believe we should engage in early.
I don't think so either. I think that we got to find a way that we can overcome, and I think we're all committed to that. So I think
Yes,
the
we are,
important
most
thing,
definitely.
can I switch to Mayor's comment?
Yeah.
Mayor, town
I
has
just-
provided the full 220 of ARPA. I wasn't really sure what the comment was made, this is for upcoming budget. It is not. The 220 was in full, committed and paid.
But the chief was accurate in the fact that it didn't all go to capital. So we
Because they
used,
chose to.
right, we used a portion of the 220
They
in
did.
fiscal year
They
24
did.
for their operations. The
The request came from,
Right, the remainder of that
Yeah.
was advanced for their capital, principal for the new fire engines. So,
because the request was stated they're unable to commit to the debt service.
correct. Correct, you're not incorrect on that. Now, I do want to say that thank you to all of our staff, I can't thank you enough. The amount of time, especially the finance department, that goes into structuring the budget, the amount of time that goes into sitting down and looking at those expenditures. I want to thank Councilmember Nuri, thank Councilmember Orris. I know that the others would be there as well if we didn't hit a quorum, but there's a lot of work that goes into this budget, just on the general fund side of things. This is just tackling one part of what we do. We still have 4 enterprise funds that we'll still have to work through together as a team. But I feel comfortable with the $29,000, even though it's paper napkin math right this moment. As far as it going into contingency. I realize that that's fluid, but with that, I think that this body needs to focus on trying to have some level, to the finance director's point, about what we do with our revenues, how we allocate our expenditures. We need to have something in the form of our contingency, because as she said, moving forward with this budget, these numbers are tapped to their fullest, right? We've moved the needle on projecting our revenues as far as what we can, and knowing that there are times when that may not come in at its fullest. So we need to have a contingency. It's good financial practice. And thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. To add to that, you need to keep in mind that we are continuously tapping an impact fees. All of the street projects and equipment that not funded by highway user revenues are tapped in the impact. It is a reserve. So when we say no tax increase, we're not going to do it because we closed this particular budget, I'm reinforcing again, even an increment will allow us to plan better and predict if something happens and be prepared. That's one thing. The second thing, I do support full statement of Dean that the personnel, when I meet with them, they're very apologetic every time when they meet with me, asking for things that run their department. I don't want that to go over and over and over. It continuously being an established pattern. The department head comes to me to meet first, and then we meet with the group, and then we come to the public. They come in guilty to ask for increase, not just for their personnel costs. They're asking for equipment, supplies, and they're apologizing because they're asking for an increment of increase to operate and provide the service to the town.
To fix things that existed before any of us were born.
I want them to come to the meetings with the head high, just like we've seen right now, and be very proud and say, this is what I need to operate. That's what needed for my department, because I know better. I've been there, I've done that.
They're used to working with so little. And
When they are
we see it time and
apologizing
time
to
again.
us for
doing
doing their
stuff.
jobs, that's hard to take.
And some of them, what gets me, and it always resonates, a lot of our folks don't live in town.
Right.
And with that, they care more than some people I know about what happens with our infrastructure and how it's managed and what level of service and what comes out of our pipes.
Right.
Or what happens when we turn on the light switch, like, or how our streets look. And I mean, that resonates, but time and time again, we see it with them coming in painfully asking, hey, look, I need this, but I know we don't have the money for it. How do we do it?
So what can we, I mean, seriously, how can that, I understand it goes back, certainly before I was up here, but, you know, what can we do to address that? I felt like we're trying to address things, like, I think put the employees first in the budget. And I know it's kind of apples and oranges a little bit here, but, you know, seriously, I mean, what can be done? I mean, I know we whacked one department pretty good tonight, you know, the budget, but I just want to know, like, what can we do to ease that, or is that something that's going to be progressive over
No,
time?
I think, honestly, let me take a crack at this first, if you don't mind. I think that it's getting better.
Okay.
I think it's getting a little better.
I would agree with that.
capital fees in some of our enterprise funds, because that's where we hear a lot of it. You figure the amount of infrastructure that we have, capital fees. But if you need to, I mean, not just you, Steve, I'm saying
Yeah.
anybody has a question about what's going on, or a question about our budget, I just had it a moment ago. Hold on 1 second, it's important. All right, so, stay with me. No, it's late, Pete.
That rain though, that was.
Very soothing, right?
No, it just rained, it just said exactly what I was feeling. Raining all over our parade.
But if anybody really has a question, oh, here it is. Page 26. If you have any question about the level of where we are, look at page 26. Everything is funded through highway user revenues, or to Natalie's point, impact fees, which is reserves. That's how we're closing our, as Councilmember Nichols said, what does public works entail, right? That entails our parks, that entails building and grounds, that entails sanitation, streets, public works itself. I mean, that's a lot of ground to cover.
Yes.
And we're funding it through no other mechanism than reserves and a state grant that literally could teeter.
Has in the past.
It has, historically. I mean, Now, are we able to do that? Do I feel comfortable with, am I happy about it? No, she's not happy about it either, I can tell. But the thing is that, are we balancing that, right? Are we balancing the pain points? Dean, you mentioned at the very beginning, the tax rate growing 7%, and that's without moving the rate. Are we balancing that pain a little bit all the way around to achieve the common goal? Are we balancing the pain a little bit to achieve the common goal? Because when some questions are asked of our departments that aren't equally asked to some other folks, it has an impact.
Yes, it
So
does.
how can we do it?
Yes, it does.
That's one of the ways we can do it, holding people levelly accountable, whether it's the planning department, I'm not picking on Dave, or whether it's the Berlin Fire Company. You know what I mean? Levelly accountable to what we're trying to achieve.
And so bringing the general fund unspendable balance to minimum by putting that repayment of between the balances, that's one thing from the sewer. Establishing their positive outcome, that's another thing. But also, if you think about it, this budget here, this revenue, just to be open and honest, I've mentioned that this is the first time I'm budgeting the revenue to the extent of the possible best outcome. If that best outcome does not come, I always in the past allow the conservative cushion. In my mind, it should be around 200. That's how we establish those reserves. Because I know those revenues will come above, I know the fund will close, and I know we will have a spendable unassigned balance where we can dedicate to something else. That's why we brought it up from 15,000 to where we are right now.
Hard work.
Hard work, over 5 years. Right now, on fiscal 25 budget, I don't feel that way because it's at the capacity. If those revenue are not going to come at what is budgeted, we will not have the unassigned balance. We will not have that dip in balance that we can cover something, God forbid, emergency.
Was a stress.
All right, let's end on a somber note.
I feel like we need a hug.
Oh.
We all need a group hug.
All right, let's, we're adjourning our, I don't know, I mean, it's a work session, but go ahead if you want.
Move to adjourn.
Hey, I can hear you. All right, thank you all. We're still live right this moment, right?
Yes.
Can you let us know when we're not? Would you please? That way I can give Steve a hug.
Oh, boy.
Kate, I don't even know if I like this message. Because guess what? They can hear us loud and
I
clear
tried
out
to
there.
send an email earlier, I'm gonna send one to the group. It'll go to everybody, but we will.